submitted assets declaration forms to the Auditor General as required by Article 286 of the 1992 Constitution and the Public Office Holders Declaration of Assets and Disqualifications Act 1998, Act 550. I've also taken this step to send an unmistakable signal to all public office holders, especially those that I have appointed, that I take the declaration of assets very seriously and expect full compliance from them. I've asked the Chief of Staff to send word to all appointees to ensure that they declare their assets by the end of the first quarter of this year, that is by 31st March 2025. I wish to stress that any appointee failing to meet this deadline would face severe sanctions, not excluding removal from office. Even as we strive to hold past government officials accountable for their stewardship, I deem it even more imperative to enforce anti-corruption among our present public office holders.
In the national daily minimum wage by 10% over the 2024 national daily minimum wage, which translates into a new national daily minimum wage of 19.97 Ghana cedis.
Well, this particular news of the minimum wage generated some conversation, but John Dramani Mahama, when he met Labour, put a proposition before them. But question is, how bad is the economy that he described as criminally managed beyond what we know? That's a conversation that we'll have this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the studios here at Desawe, Accra. Welcome to the Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7. On this program, we discuss the most topical issues that are of concern to you, the Ghanaian people, with well-informed panelists. I'm going to just inform you as well that you are an integral part of the conversation this morning. So don't hesitate to let us know what your thoughts are. This morning, here on Key Point, get into our first issue, and that is President John Dramani Mahama, as you saw there, has directed all government appointees to declare their assets by March 31, 2025, or risk losing their positions. So it's going to dismiss them. Well, even though the legal argument has come as to whether that is, of legal basis or not, he intends to send a strong signal of his commitment to the fight against corruption. But the other side as well, we're also looking at the president, according to them, missing the opportunity to send another strong signal by publishing the assets so declared. Well, all those sides of the conversation would be joining us this morning. The president made it clear that his administration would not tolerate non-compliance. But beyond this word, what next? That's the conversation that we would have. Already, you've heard the likes of Professor Kweku Azari on this platform talk about beyond the Operation Recover or Loot, there has to be some measures for OPAL after oral, Operation Prevent or Loot. We'll talk about it this morning here on Key Point. As always, you're an integral part. Let's hear from you. The next issue that we would sink our teeth into is earlier in the week, the former Director General of the National Service Authority and also the former Sports Minister both replied to the Fourth Estate. We'll get into that and the Fourth Estate's response to their reply. We'll talk about it this morning on Key Point. The Tripartite Committee earlier this week as well met. Government had assured public sector workers of higher pay and enhanced conditions of service when the economy recovers. President Mahama met the Tripartite Committee. In fact, he met Labour this week, together with the Minister of Labour, Jobs and Employment, and the Finance Minister as well. announcement of the 10% increase in base pay for public sector workers, and his description of the state of the economy that he inherited. But we have to get to know the details. He's expected to present the State of the Nation address next week, but already giving pointers about how the economy is looking. We would have a conversation this morning on this matter. The Akwatia Member of Parliament was cited for contempt. According to the lawyers of the NDC and as parliamentary candidate in the Akwatia constituency, a bench warrant was prepared for his arrest this week. Yesterday, the majority in Parliament prevented him from making a statement. The minority in Parliament did not have that. They have sent a strong signal of what they intend to do in the coming days, next week. That is the minority in Parliament. We'll have the majority chief whip join us to understand exactly what happened yesterday and how that would impact on the work of Parliament in the coming days. As always, it's a full bouquet with all the people who would speak your language in the best way possible for you to understand what the state of affairs of this country is and where we aspire to be. And that is a collective responsibility. My name is Afoko. Welcome to Key Point. Right after this quick break, my guest will join me. We'll have a conversation. Stay with us.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
Through every step of life's unpredictable journey. Every moment counts. That's why you need a partner you can always trust for solutions, so you can be rest assured.
mention after these decisions that you took recently?
The memo on Afoko, I'm really very keen about Gregory Afoko's case. So the memo from the Chief State Attorney who is prosecuting the matter came to me 2 days ago. Okay? As I said, I don't want any of my decisions to be arbitrary without any reasonable basis. So in terms of due process, internally, I ask those who are handling the matters, to write memos to me, briefing me generally. If I review the memo and I have questions to ask, I either call them to my office or I meet it and say, can you explain A, B, and C, D in a supplementary memo to me? Okay? Then when they do that, and I'm convinced, I will take a decision one way or the other. So I have a memo on Gregory Afoko. Okay? I know he has suffered enough. He has suffered a lot. All right? I will take a decision on him, but I'll do so on the basis, of reasoned, on the basis of the fact that I have reasons for it.
Well, this was almost 2 weeks ago when I asked the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Dr. Dominic Ayeni, a question about Gregory Afoko. He gave indication of what he intends to do because at the time, the memo on Gregory Afoko had just gotten to him. Well, the High Court in Accra yesterday, February 21, granted bail in the sum of 500,000 cedis with 2 sureties to Gregory Afoko after almost a decade. Think about it, almost 10 years on remand while standing trial for his alleged role in the murder of the late Upper East Regional Chair of the New Patriotic Party, Adams Mahama. Now, let's take a look at this. This is just a brief timeline of this trial and this particular case and how things have played out. Almost 10 years. That is the path that Gregory Afoko's case has taken all the while. In fact, this court presided over by Justice Maria Lucy Simmons ordered him to produce 2 sureties, one of whom is to be justified with a land property. Also expected to report to the police investigator on this case. And just for the benefit of the uninitiated, this case has traveled this path because that's Gregory Afoko, the brother of Paul Afoko, has been previously denied bail applications over time. He and his co-defendant, Asauki, who was earlier convicted and sentenced to death for conspiracy, are currently facing trial for murder. He was arrested for this alleged murder of the former Upper East Regional Chair of the NPP, charged with conspiracy to commit murder and murder. In 2016, the trial began. His first trial commenced at the High Court after some committal proceedings, and we'll put that on the screen in a bit. Then, fast forward with the back and forth and the denial of bail over time. In fact, these two were alleged to have poured acid on Adams Mahama, the former Upper East Regional Chair of the NPP, leading to his death on the 20th of May, 2015. Gregory Afoko, as I mentioned earlier, is the NPP former chair, Paul Afoko's brother, who was suspended from the party in October that same year. Paul Afoko, in fact, and Gregory Afoko have been attending to the court over time. Gregory Afoko's previous trial ended in a hung jury with a 4-3 not guilty verdict in his favor sometime in 2017, specifically the 27th of April. Fast forward, in 2019, the Attorney General entered a nolle prosequi after the arrest of his alleged conspirator or accomplice. Now, Afoko's legal team then opposed the discontinuation, but the court upheld the AG's decision. In July 2019, a new trial started, this time with the second accused person. And then this 4-3 verdict in 2023 in favor of Gregory Afoko. This retrial was ordered in respect of Gregory Afoko because a unanimous verdict is required for murder convictions. One person who has been following this case quite closely is Martin Bebo, his private legal practitioner. He's joining us right now for a conversation, a very brief one on this, because of how this case has traveled. Alangdi Asaki was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, sentenced to death. The High Court granted Gregory Afoko bail last year. Despite satisfying all the bail conditions, he remained in detention. His family has gone beyond just Ghana, petitioning international bodies to look into this matter. Well, after the Attorney General gave me that indication sometime last two weeks of what he intends to do after receiving the memo on Gregory Afoko, yesterday we got news of he being granted bail after almost a decade of this case. Counsel, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Just a brief one on this Gregory Afoko matter, which you have been on for quite a while, and the developments as we had it yesterday.
Yes, I mean, it's great news. It's great news, and a restoration of the independence of the judiciary, right? I say so because, you know, Gregory's case was one that was politically sort of colored. Yes, because it's no secret that Akufo-Addo has a beef with Paul Afoko. You know, Paul Afoko was trying to hold Akufo-Addo accountable for about £300,000, which he, as leader of the party, okay, former flag bearer, failed to account for. So Afoko was saying that, no, Akufo-Addo, you can't spend this money. And you remember, as I keep saying, I represented Afoko at the time with Dr. Atupare. So actually it was Dr. Atupare's brief. He's now Professor Atupare in the University of Ghana. So he brought me on. So we represented Afoko. Then later on, when the case went into court, it was senior Osafo Boabin who took over. But the main case was that Akufo-Addo had failed to account for £300,000. The case was reported to the police.
I see.
So
this was reported to the police.
Yes,
it
was a
that
police
was
case.
Sent to court?
The one that went to court was Afoko's suspension. Yes, but the main undertone was that Akufo-Addo had failed to account for money. But you see, at that time, because I was very upset with JM, I thought that, oh, and the truth is that £300,000 compared to the corruption we thought we saw in 2016, this was no money. So I was like, oh, look, Chairman, this one is small, it's peanuts. Maybe because he's in the opposition. And sometimes, look, let's speak bluntly, then out of the blunt thoughts, we can see where the fault lines are. We all know that, like recently I was on a radio with Osewusu, the former second deputy speaker of parliament, lawyer Osewusu, right? Joe Wise. Now we're talking about corruption in parliament. He was, oh, that's not the kind of corruption Ghanaians are talking about. Ghanaians are talking about the millions of dollars, millions of pounds, etc. So the parliamentary corruption is no corruption. Bringing it back here, in 2016, I saw the £300,000 matter as no money at all. I just thought that, oh, an opposition leader, these things can happen. You know, party faithfuls come in day in, day out to see him. He needs money to sort them out. I didn't know that was it was a canary in the coal mine. When I say canary in the coal mine, that was a sign of greater corruption to come. But I remember I told Afoko that, no, this money is no money, so me, I'll still vote for Akufo-Addo. We all saw what happened subsequently when he came into office and the way, I mean, his family, we borrow, then Oforiata's company makes money, so now their family has become very rich. Other contracts are coming out. His daughter's ambulance contracts, etc. Other bad things that this Nekufuado and Ufuriata did. So Afoko, you have vindicated. I mean, the senior Afoko, Paul Afoko, he said Nekufuado is a very bad guy. He said it, but we didn't believe it. We voted for him, and we've all seen what we got. So moving forward, now because of that, Nekufuado, I mean, from every indication, he was behind the efforts to deny Gregory Afoko bail. Yeah, Nekufuado, that's his handiwork. You see, now that he's left power, the same court, now bail granted. What has changed? What has changed?
So the derivation from your suspicion is that it was politically motivated, that he wasn't granted bail all this while?
Absolutely, he was, and it was revoked. And you know, the judge who granted Gregory bail was sent to somewhere, is it who? Yeah, Justice Brady. I hope now that this NDC is one, they should look and maybe do something for him, because Justice Brady suffered. He suffered. I mean, we should stop. Nekufuado just took the judiciary as his own personal, organization. Don't forget, the man who granted Oliver bail, Domahini, that I've been mentioning, that was the same way they gave Domahini hell, because he granted Oliver Bakavomao bail. He was also transferred. What kind of thing is this? You see why we keep saying we need to make the judiciary independent of the political, specifically the president. Yes, we need to make the judiciary independent of the president. So Article 144 there, it has to go. That's the same thing Sophie Kufu has been saying. Thank God, you see one other beautiful master stroke appointment JM has made by bringing Sophia Kufu onto the Council of State.
We'll come to it briefly.
Yes. So that's it. The judiciary is suffering too much from, political interference.
I want us to even go through this case and this development quickly, because then there's something you just mentioned, which I'll come to shortly, but how this case has ended with, not ended per se, but the latest development with Gregory Afoko being granted bail. One that you've been asking for quite a while now. How does it strike you? Very quickly.
Yeah, so it's good. That's what I'm saying. So it's good. But as I said, the bad sign it shows is that president's interference in the judiciary is not on. That's not a democracy. It's good. It's good that Gregory is coming out. Yeah, I've been greeting him from time to time on WhatsApp. You know, I call him or he calls me once in a while. It's good because it's injustice. Sitting here, you know, I took the second case of Pebu number 2 versus Attorney General number 2 to court. That time, Chief Justice Georgina Wood. Good morning, Chief Justice. You know, she looked at it, she and the panel, Eniebua, Bafu Boni, the other ones, Ansa, etc. But they be an Adinyira dissenter. It's good. But you know, when they dissent to, you read that, then you see what they are also warning about. They were warning that people will abscond, society will not be happy. That's Justice Badebe and then Sophia Adinyira. You see, Sophia Adinyira is now on the Constitution Review Committee. That's why I said this time it looks like we'll not celebrate too early. But if you look at some of the appointments JM has made, there's a lot of wisdom. There's wisdom in that. Because look at even Kwesi Prempeh, just in passing. So the point, Kwesi Prempeh chairing the Constitution Review Commission. You know, Kwesi Prempeh is an ardent critic of JM from the PNDC days on to the 90s and all that. And JM took Constitution Review and gave it to Kwesi Prempeh. Wow, that shows that this time he's willing to work. We just hope that he doesn't get complacent and then it turns, and we will not let him get to that stage. As the asset declaration discussion will show, that we are going to help JM. We will not let it get bad, right? So Gregory's case is good. It's good, but except that, as I said, I think the larger part of it just reminds me all the emotions that, okay, so here comes a case in which when your president is not happy about somebody getting bail, he will go to all lengths to make sure that the person doesn't get bail. And as I said, when Justice Georgina Wood, Niebua, Bafuboni, etc., were on the Pebu number 2 case, these were the very things they sought to avoid by saying that let's grant bail to accused persons, because under Article 19, Clause 2, they are innocent until proven guilty. So why do you take your political beef with Paul Afoko onto his brother Gregory? It's insane.
The outcome of that case that you the Pebu number 2 was that all offenses are bailable.
That is correct.
But then again, it's at the discretion of the judge.
That is correct. You understand the law. Yes, it's a discretion. But at first, that discretion was taken away. And of course, there were many lawyers who had fought it, including Thaddeus Dr. Dominic Ayini, etc. But the courts were not budging. But eventually, Georgina Wood, as president of the court, she looked at it and said, no, look, this thing will go. Yeah, this will go. So sometimes people even look at me and they say, this one here is luck because, stalwarts, better lawyers have come and gone. They couldn't get this thing struck down. Then the religious people look at it and say, it's grace. People, is grace on your head. What is it that you? Even Pebu number 1, yes, that's what the Supreme Court said. But they wrote, that one was unanimous. That, Martin Pebu. We've seen lawyers, stalwarts come and go. They didn't see this. And when we say Pebu number 1, that's the one that previously, if you signed bail for somebody and the person absconded, and you couldn't bring the person back, then you would also go to jail. Yeah? But that's wrong because it's a contract. You see, when you sign the bail bond, it's a contract that if a CMC absconds, and we are not encouraging people to abscond, but it just happens that in the nature of things, a certain small percentage will abscond. It's part of the price we pay, you see, unfortunately, because all over the world, even in advanced countries, some people still try to abscond. So when you sign the bail bond, it's a contract. So if the person runs away, you are supposed to pay what you've contracted to pay. But previously, under Section 104 of the Act 30, once you couldn't produce the person, notwithstanding that it was a contract, we went ahead and jailed such persons for 6 months. So if you're a businessman or even an employee, you would go to jail for 6 months, you would come back only to find out that your business is collapsed or the job is gone. So it was causing more hardship. So once again, that was Georgina Wood's court, the Georgina Wood court. And I think the lead opinion was written by Justice Doche. They looked at it, so they struck it down. So that's Pebu number 1. It's separate. That was in December 2015. Then in May 2016, the Pebu number 2 came. Then there's number 3, number 4. There's no time to go into that. But they are related to bail.
Some time ago, I got a message.
The third one, the most, just one statement on it. Pebu number 4, that's the 48 hours, is 48 hours. The one the police will pick you up on a Friday afternoon because a big man wants to teach you where power lies. Then they will say Saturday, Sunday, there's no court. But the Supreme Court said no, 48 hours is 48 hours. So Saturday, Sunday, you should have court. We've had a few court sittings, and others are now activating it. Naturally, because it wasn't part of our culture, so to speak, people like to go to funerals on Saturday, go to church on Sundays, you see resistance. But it's good the Supreme Court gave it, and as I said, we've used it a number of times. Other lawyers are using it. As we grow, you see it will continue to be used. And I think it's a precursor to, you see, this year, January, one of the holidays, the NDC case. Yeah, the court sat, public holidays, etc. Yes, it's in Pebu number 4, where the Supreme Court said that's Sophia Kufu's valedictory judgment. Just in case you didn't know, Yas Antua, that's a valedictory judgment where she held. When we say valedictory, it means that that's the last judgment the judge delivers before retiring. Yes, the last one. So that's close to her heart. So that's what Sophia Kufu gave us in December 2019. That look, 48 hours is 48 hours. Those overbearing police officers, overbearing NIB officers, overbearing national security, and other agent IOCO, they should stop. So grant bail. Don't wait till the 48 hours before you start going to court if you don't want to grant bail. No. As soon as you take in the suspect or accused, if you know that this case, you think you need a person or the person will interfere. And when we say interfere, it's not just you thinking, because police, etc., it's not easy for the person to interfere. You see Justice Baden's ruling on this interference. Justice Charles Ekor-Baden, Court of Appeal, when he did the ACP Agojo bail, he said, look, that thing, police should stop, prosecutors should stop pulling it or stop raising it lightly. They say that, oh, the accused persons will interfere. No. When you go, there are older decisions, Oku versus the Republic, that's Taylor J. and other foreign decisions, where they say that a prosecutor should not make that assertion lightly. That, oh, if you grant this accused person, he will interfere with the investigations, etc. That is not something to be raised lightly. Yeah? So, they looked at all that. So Kufu said, look, if you just take the person, if you take the person in and you think this one, you can't finish with him in 48 hours, or you, for the other reasons, you don't want to release him. The Constitution, Article 14, says that it's a judge who can detain the person beyond 48 hours. So take the case to court immediately. Don't wait for the 48 hours. No, go immediately so that the judge can look into it, listen to both sides, and then decide whether the person should be accused or suspect should be granted bail. So that's a democracy. We are growing gradually, though sometimes it's very slow because you hear other judges complain that our Act 30 is very archaic. You see the matter of the this Oforiata being declared wanted, the exact procedures that we want, you know.
Exactly.
Act 30 is very archaic, the Criminal Procedure Act.
It's good that you run through Pebu number 1, 2, 3, 4, because I recall sometime last year, November, I got a message as to what I keep saying Pebu number 1, Pebu number 2, Pebu number 3, Pebu number 4. Some people don't know what this is all about and why you are being credited that much with your own small way of contributing to the jurisprudence and the improvement of our justice delivery system in this country. So yes, that at least now, those of you who are wondering what Pebu number 1, 2, 3, 4 is, now you know.
Yeah. So it takes vigilant citizens. We have to be active. Yeah.
And that's why you are also being credited for what you have done. So congratulations to you. It's in order.
It's a court. It's the judge that would, and then the court. Yeah, usually a lot depends on the judge.
You decided to do
the Supreme Court is a policy court. What they do, a lot of it is policy. Indeed. So they sit there and look, will this help our democracy? Will it not? Yeah, there are many times we've disagreed, but usually when you're in the Supreme Court, you have to know that it's policy. So it's not too much how much you write. Or your English may not be up to scratch. Sometimes I even look at the submission, I'm like, oh, this English there, you see a typo here and then you cringe. But they are looking at the policy, because in India, you don't even need to be a lawyer. You can take pen and paper, you see a problem, and you write the Supreme Court a letter. Yes, you write them a letter.
In the end, you decided to test the law with your own resources.
Yes. Good. Yes.
To improve
on
our justice delivery system.
Yeah.
That's congratulations. Thank you for also taking up and using your own money to help us all.
Yeah.
But because of what you did together with the consideration of the judges who sat on the case and the reasoning of those judges, we are where we are today. You know.
But let me mention this, it's very important, because as soon as you mention money, you know, going to court is quite expensive.
Yes.
So by the time we got to that one, you don't see a good decision on it. But the law on criminal disclosures, okay? Yes, I first filed in the Supreme Court. The story I want to say about it is that legal aid, if as a citizen, you've seen a constitutional problem and you can't come to a private lawyer, you can't pay, you can go to legal aid. That time, the legal aid commissioner, the executive secretary at the time, lawyer Seni, yes, S.Y. Seni. So he decided that the case on criminal disclosures, legal aid will sponsor me. So they sponsored the filing, so we didn't pay the filing fees. So please, in the Constitution, it's in there that if you want to take up a constitutional matter, you don't have money, get into article about before 200. I'll get a specific provision. It's in there. You go to legal aid, they can help. Yes, because they are supposed to help you ventilate your constitutional rights. So, lawyer, why you saying listen, that's why I saying thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, 20 minutes over, and I needed to do this because this is an issue that, if you've been following Key Point, lawyer Martin Prabhu and a few others who have come on this platform consistently talked about Gregory Afoko. And so his bail yesterday, after that response to the question I asked the Attorney General almost 2 weeks ago, is one that we had to touch on. But also this week we saw the Council of State.
Yes, can I add just one statement? Sorry, I forgot. People are saying that, you see, because Afoko is suffered, you know, this is the third trial he's going through. The first one, Attorney General cancelled it when everything was done and they saw that they were about to lose, right? Then the second one, the 4-3 victory. So they're saying that why don't you do a nolle prosequi? Because you tried him twice, you didn't. Taking him through a third trial as the nation.
That's what the Attorney General says. He received his memo last week when I asked him.
Very good.
And so he's going to take a decision, and that will be based on law.
Good.
So we'll see what the coming days will look like on this particular one as well. But this week we saw the Council of State as well being sworn in and outdoored by the president. And some interesting names. In fact, when we asked the former Chief Justice, Sophia Akufo, whether she agrees that many were surprised seeing her name on it, she said yes, she was surprised. Yeah. Because, well, the institutional representation and as well the ex-official members, 3 ex-official members that have to be part of the Council of State, it is at the discretion of the president to choose any former Chief Justice.
Yes.
But then John Mahama chose him. President John Mahama chose her, beg your pardon, as a former Chief Justice to be on his Council of State, regardless of whatever perceived political affiliation. But this is what she had to say. Take a look.
Oh, but she's been criticizing Akufo-Addo. So she's.
What do you have to say about your appointment to the Council of State?
You said many people didn't expect it. I think it's rather the other way around, because in the Constitution there's a seat on the Council of State for a former Chief Justice. So maybe a lot of people told me they were expecting me to be the one who is selected to do it. Yeah, but what has that got to do with anything? I'm a former Chief Justice, am I not? Do I or do I not qualify? The Council of State is a body that is supposed to be advising the president. I'm not going to sing his master's voice, so to speak. An advisor does not parrot. An advisor speaks with honesty. An advisor looks to the best interest, not only of the person they are advising, but of the function the person is serving. And so I'm definitely going to do my best and work with the council to give the best advice at all times to the president.
Last year, you were virtually on the street almost every other day, fighting for what you labored for in terms of, those investments that you make. Just yesterday, we saw the president giving an order to the Minister of Finance to pay people whom you represent, and I believe your own self. What's your reaction to this, and what does it tell people the actions of the president does look like?
Well, the president's action was in perfect order, and it was in accordance with the law.
Well, Justice Sophia Akufo there, the retired former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Now, let me acknowledge the presence of the Majority Chief of Parliament for the South Dai constituency. He's a private legal practitioner as well, Nelson Roxon Dafiamekpo. This is actually his first interview on this show as Majority Chief Whip. Can you imagine? Council, good morning. Welcome, Honorable. And congratulations to you as an order.
Thank you very much. Let me say this. We didn't get here by accident. It's been hard work.
Sure.
But four of you contributed. The work that we do here every morning, every Saturday morning, the depth of knowledge we display, the level of analysis went a long way to contribute greatly towards the shifting in power. And it's our duty, humbly under law, to contribute our quota to advancing the cause to benefit the generality of the people in a very humble way. Otherwise, then we are not fit to be here or to be in public office. And for that, we are humbly grateful.
Indeed.
And I love you.
Oh, we love you too.
We love you too, man.
Especially the new CEO. I love you.
Let me acknowledge the presence of Senior Jose as well, economic policy analyst, one of the conveners for the One Ghana movement, and then also a number of socially oriented causes that is involved in the fight against illegal mining, we saw it, and many others for the greater good in the interests of the Ghanaian people. So Jose, good morning, welcome.
Thank you so much, Alfred. And I feel very intimidated because I'm sitting by the chief whip. I hope you won't whip me in line. And we must also take advantage of this opportunity to commend the work of Boabin and who got Afoko out. But even more, our brother here, Martin, he's been consistent advocating for fairness and the human rights of Gregory Afoko.
Yeah.
And Martin, this country owes you a lot for the love you've really shown the cause of human rights.
Yes.
You've done what you may not like him. He's crazy there, we all know he's crazy. And he's very troublesome. But this is a man who is a man of conviction towards the cause of the rights of people. He saved many lives. He's rewritten the course of our legal frame in this country. So congratulations. And may we also acknowledge the fact that this is a Kwafo Hall connection. You know, 1, 2, 3. You were Vanda. Yeah.
Okay, make you an
associate. Associate farmer. I also want to say good morning to the Fiaga Oklepa Demete. Fiaga Marako Hondilo.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
And Okanse, on that similar note, let me say good morning to my people in South that Pekik Palik Provetongo, especially Dega, Togba Kudumpe, Mama Tomelo, Togba Tiklaja, all the paramount chiefs.
Very well.
Yes.
His vote is
important.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, to the man that this is the first time he's also coming here as the CEO.
That's right.
Of the Ghana Shippers Authority. Can you imagine this? After almost a month of your appointment, you've been missing. He's still busy. A professor of political science at the University of Ghana, Legon, but the chief executive officer of the Ghana Shippers Authority, Professor Ransford Jampo. Good morning.
Morning, and thanks to the teeming Ghanaians who are still sending congratulatory messages. I've not been able to read and respond to all of them. And now I understand why some ministers, when you text them,
you sat here.
You sat here. No. We will not take it. But you sat here. You said the ministers are not arrogant. When you didn't call them, they don't pick.
You need to write the messages of this.
Now you understand.
I am doing it. Preliminary remarks. You allow me. No. The messages are plenty. And some people, when you go and say thank you, then they begin to chat. They want to go to the next, and then you can't. So sometimes it feels like just throwing away the phone for some time. I thank you all for the show of. I didn't know. I know. I know I have a lot of haters. I don't care about them. It's their business. But I didn't know that I also have this number of admirers. People are just texting, even this morning, and people are now saying. So thank you very much for the show of support. Like I said, we are committed to serving Ghana. We will do it. I don't set out to do anything without putting my soul in it. So we will do it. I know that, you see, the cost of doing business is very, very, very high in Ghana. I went into this shipping authority. They are taking me on tour around, all their places of work.
Getting acclimated.
And I realized that some people are charging exorbitant prices, on shipping items and all that, making the cost of duties and all, and also deliberately, being deliberately incompetent just to be able to cause people to be paying demurrage and all that. So because of that, it's making the cost of business, doing business in Ghana very high. I've met so many people who are threatening to say that they would rather prefer to relocate to Togo and other neighboring African countries where the cost of doing business, is relatively lower. So I've done the comparison. I've seen some of the charges compared to other countries, and I'm seeing that ours are extremely very high. And unfortunately, some of the international shipping lines, they don't want us to be regulating them. And I'm making the point that, thankfully, I've studied the new act of the Ghana Shippers Authority 2024, and we are preparing an LI that would help implement the provisions of the act. And I want to mention or make the point that nobody would come from his country to come and dictate to us how we should frame our laws, and the laws that they would want to respect and the laws that they would want to ignore. We studied in foreign countries, we had laws, we went by it. So in Ghana is a sovereign country, and we have the right to make our laws, and we have the right to enforce our laws. We will protect, as regulatory agency, we will protect the rights and interests of foreign business entities, but we will also protect the rights and interests of our own local business entities. Nobody would have the power or the right to override the interests of the state, and nobody will be treated preferentially because maybe a foreign business entity and others are local. Everybody's interests will be protected, and we'll do this to project Ghana's image. We'll do this to deepen international trade, and we'll do this to ensure that the cost of doing business is relatively made cheaper, so that people would not want to relocate to other countries. That said, let me make some comments on Afoko and Council of State and all that. Martin Kwebu and Co, I think you guys have done well for what you have done to secure the relatively freedom of Gregory Afoko. You see, his case shows the inhumanity of the previous administration led by Nana Akufo-Addo. And when I say that, yesterday somebody texted me that, you are still hunting President Akufo-Addo. But the point is that how on earth can you do this to this young man? Okay, destroying his life. One person. Okay, so I am so sad, but I'm at least happy that we've gotten to this point. And I commend the Attorney General, because I believe that he'll be proactive, in looking at this matter, and based on law, ensure that the right thing is done to set him free. And so Martin Kwebu and the lawyers of Wabing and Co. And the whole regime, the whole government. You see, now if you look at things, the presidency has now been beautified. It has now been ridded of rascals and rascalities. Now you can see a certain level of goodwill. Oh, please let me talk. A certain there is calm. Oh, please let me talk. You see, you asked me to come and you are frustrating me. I'm not frustrating you. I want to keep quiet on. I'm saying there is an issue on the table to be discussed. There is an gentlemen. No, I can't feel that sense of rascalities, around the presidency.
It is how do you expect to feel that when
at least he didn't put his brothers and sisters, family and friends. He didn't do much. You see, they didn't put Ibrahim as a minister.
It is peaceful. The whole body politic is filled with a certain sense of hope. To the point that, you see, it is filled with a sense of hope, to the point that even when Labour is discussing base pay, they are offered little, and they are not complaining. Why? Because you get a president who himself will go to Labour base pay negotiation to go and appeal and to say that, look, the situation is very bad. I've been a labor unionist, and we have never seen this before. Look, even common ministers during negotiations, they feel too pompous and too big to attend discussions. So they send people who do not have mandate. So you'll be talking. You talk for 2 hours, and then a minister will step out and say, let me go and confirm. Let me go and get clearance from my substantive sector minister. And then they will delay the process and order. So some feel so big, too pompous to show respect and courtesy to labor. But yesterday, I'm told the finance minister himself was there. And you would not get the previous finance minister showing up and said, who are you? Labor unions. You are teachers. You don't have anything. But we trained you. And we taught you. We voted for you. But you have the finance minister himself there. And you have the president himself at one point in time just going there to appeal to them. You see, labor unions,
they actually spent some time. You see, it wasn't casual.
Labor unions, they are also
emotional intelligence. A lot of emotional intelligence.
The labor unions, they are in their heads. They are human beings. Sometimes it takes just respect, courtesy, being extended and shown to them to calm them down. And so I am happy about what has happened. And like I said, all these contribute to the kind of atmosphere, peaceful atmosphere, a hopeful atmosphere that we have now. And I want to respectfully urge President Mahama and his appointees and all members of the government that as you appeal to labor to accept that paltry increment in the base pay of just 10%, let all demonstrate modesty. Let all show, everybody should show that, look, times are hard, and so we would all have to tighten our belts. We cannot accept it when you are saying times are hard, and so we should tighten our belt, and then the old practice of you saying times are hard, you tighten your belt, and then you eat, and then loosen your belt, and then you'll be sleeping under both air condition and fan, and be snoring. No. Okay, so let all demonstrate that times are truly hard. You are laughing. Times are truly hard, and let us all sacrifice. It is only when you can see right from the president himself to the daily rated messenger, everybody showing sacrifice. It is only when you see this that then labor would also be ready to also do a lot of sacrifices, so that we would all can reset and rebuild the nation that has been terribly destroyed. So thank you once again to the teaming Ghanaians for all the well wishes, and I'm promising that, look, we're going to work hard and brighten the corner where we've been placed, and I am not sacrificing the commitment that I have to this particular program. It is just that we are supposed to be attending funerals, weddings, engagements, and all. That's also part of our duties, and so sometimes you may not see me, but you have to let all Ghanaians also know that I come in here every other weekend, because if I don't show up because I'm not supposed to be here, then people will be texting, why are you not there? Please, regardless of wherever I find myself, my commitment to this program would never be sacrificed. Thank you very much.
Professor Ransford Jampo, thank you
the board
very much.
Yes.
Indeed. But he had to make this statement for his own good because of what he had been receiving from people, not just through me. But that point about the cost of doing business, it's an issue that, based on your verbal commitment, we're going to hold you to account as your leadership of the Shippers Authority prevails, for as long as it prevails. Because it's not just a manifesto promise. It's one that now it is directly your responsibility.
You have no worries. The
cost of doing business is reduced.
There is a new law that empowers the Shippers Authority to regulate some of these things. Okay, some of the shipping lines are upset that why do you want to regulate us? And I'm saying that, but this is a sovereign country. A law has been passed by the parliament of this sovereign party, a sovereign country, and the law benefited from extensive inputs from all. And then somebody will come from his country to come and say that the law is too regulatory, and so we don't want to be regulated. Come on, not when some of us are also part of the system. We would ensure that the law is enforced. But I'm saying that in doing so, we will not do that to just antagonize people. We will not do that just to strain relations. We will do that to ensure that we protect the interests of all, both foreigners and local people alike. But the point must be made that nobody can come from his country to dictate to us the laws that we should make. If there are issues with the law, we can write petitions, we can make suggestions, we can go back to those who make the laws to think about reviewing it. But not until the laws are reviewed, we will prepare the necessary LI to kick in its implementation to ensure that Ghana's interest is protected, the interests of local business people are protected, the interests of foreigners are protected, and there is proper regulation to ensure that we do not stand tall in terms of the cost of doing business compared to other neighboring African countries. Like I said, people are threatening to take their businesses to other countries, and I think it is not the best. So we will do the right thing to ensure that Ghana becomes continue to serve as a place for doing business by both local people and foreigners.
Thank you, Professor Ansojampo. Now, this message came even before you made this point from the Importers and Exporters Association. I don't know if you've met them as yet, but the point about you ensuring that the cost of doing business goes down. They said a number of our people have relocated and channeled their businesses through Togo. Yes. And Professor Jampo is right about this. And that is one of the expectations of him as CEO of Shippers Authority. We're looking forward to continuous engagement on this matter going forward. Thank you. Now,
and then also the council of, okay, you want to?
Yes, you mentioned labor, but that's another issue we're going to get, because you represented UTAG on the TUC.
Yes.
And so you've had a number of engagements. You make reference to that, and the president coming to meet labor and making that appeal. Let's hear exactly what the president said, because that point that you make about the political class not showing goodwill when we are told to tighten our belt is real. And it is that sentiment that his statement was greeted with because of the experiences in the past. This is the president speaking to labor within the week.
You know, we are your natural allies, and we've worked together for many years. One thing that is a cardinal principle for us is to tell the truth at all times. We all knew the economy was in crisis, but some of the things I'm discovering myself, I mean, it's been a criminal handling of our economy. And Ghana is a crime scene, actually, because how a government can have been so reckless, I cannot understand. But we're faced with a reality, and our options are very few. We can behave like the ostrich and hide our heads in the sand and let the economy crash. But then what effect would it have on Ghanaian households and everybody? And so I've told him, I said, cut expenditure as much as you like. Even we ourselves in Office of Government Machinery cut as much of our budget as you like, because we all must make those sacrifices. A certain distrust of the political class has arisen, because it's like when everybody else is tightening their belts, the political class is loosening its belts. But I want to assure you that we're all going to tighten our belts, and there will be no wasteful expenditure. It is said that we create and share. And so let's start cooking the meal now, so that we can share when we have created. But right now, the meal is not only insufficient, the cooking pot is even leaking. And so I'll just appeal to you that let's tamper our demands for this year. And once we get out of the woods, we've set good targets to bring inflation down so that the cost of everything will come down. We've set targets to grow the economy, to make things better. And when the cake is baked and is bigger, we'll share bigger. We are proposing an independent emoluments committee that would set the incomes for everybody from the president right down to the ordinary laborer. We're prepared to walk this journey with you, but I just appeal to you that let's reach agreement on this one, so that we use this year as the year of correction. And then after we've corrected, we'll see how the economy continues to go.
Well, that's President John Mahama meeting the leadership of Labour, making that appeal for the acceptance of that 10%. And if you look at it, there's a good reason why that had to be done, because it's a huge reduction of what was given to Labour the previous year. He says all is not well. And so by next year, all things being equal, if things get better, Labour should expect something better as well. 19 cedis, 97 pesos. That is the daily minimum wage as per the impact of the 10% increase of the previous year's daily minimum wage of 18 cedis, 15 pesos. That's just a little over $1. I mean, the current prevailing rate. Now, at the end of the month, all things being equal, nobody in this country by law should be paid anything lesser than this. 598 cedis 95 pesos. Almost 600 cedis. Like people are shaking your head, it's not that good. Then, I mean, so the difference between last year's monthly minimum wage and the 2025 one is just about 55 Ghana cedis. So it certainly is not good. And I'm sure the president himself is aware of this. That's why he decided to come and meet you. For example, that's why he can't come and meet you. Because it would be on.
The point is this. The point is this. Clearly, this is just not good enough. It is small. And I think the last time we went on negotiations, I think we had about 23% for some 6 months, and then it was increased to 25% for the next 6 months. And so I was not there, but I was expecting something more or something better. But clearly, if times are difficult and times are hard, and this gets explained properly to labor, and if you have no mean a person than the president of the republic himself, who come in there to also plead, then what will you do? Right. So, like I said, I am sure, and not I'm sure, I know that the leaders of labor unions, okay, some leaders of labor unions, I'm not talking about those who would go and take bribe to undermine the interests of their representatives. I'm not talking about them, but I'm saying majority of the leaders of labor unions are very reasonable people. And so when they see some of these gestures and overtures, it softens their stance. So beyond softening the stance of labor union leaders, okay, I would want to see that all appointees and all government officials also demonstrate modesty in the way and manner they go about things, just to show that indeed times are hard. Let me tell you, during the previous negotiations that I was part, anytime government officials came to say that, look, we don't have money, we quickly pointed them to their opulence and their own living standards, the way and manner they live. It showed that times were not hard. It showed that truly now common idea, because some people were actually sitting on the money, and then others were not. The money was not being distributed evenly to ensure that others, got some. So we quickly pointed to them that, look, it is not true that times are hard. So if President Mahama has led this way, this is unprecedented. I'm saying even Ken Ofori-Atta will not do that, let alone talking about Akufo-Addo attending labor union base pay negotiations. They won't do that. Okay. So if someone has done this, then I want to respectfully urge him that is to ensure. I like the fact that he's giving the marching orders to his appointees that all must go declare their assets. I know that he's also on several occasions spoken about the need for his ministers and appointees to also not be arrogant and to show humility and modesty in the way and manner they go about things. Let these be demonstrated in a palpable way such that all Ghanaians can see that now if you see the presidential convoy coming, it's not 100 vehicles, but just it's 1, 2, 3. Well, I'm just giving us as an example. Yeah. It's just 1, 2, 3. Let people see that now certain, we've been frugal in our expenditure, okay, so that tomorrow when you are appealing to labor again, that times are still hard, and so let us stay further increment. We will see that you yourself, you have tightened your belt. But if you show that if you say times are hard, and then you yourself, you live in opulence, then it will be very difficult for you to convince labor, and so then there will be agitation. So I believe that labor would hold President Mahama to his word, that he said by next year, if times are better, then they will review things. And let us all live with this kind of hope, and let us all ensure that we do things that will ensure that tomorrow when you are appealing to people to tamper justice with mercy, they will see reason and wisdom in that. I know that my people are not too happy about the 10%, but I also know that they were magnanimous in acceding to what was offered because of the intervention, of the president. The courtesy and the respect and the humility demonstrated by the president in appearing before the negotiation committee did the trick. And I think that it's something that is commendable. I commend His Excellency the President of the Republic for this show of humility and respect personified.
Senor, but beyond that as well, now this acceptance of labor is predicated on the assurance by the president that next year is going to be better, and that the pot is leaking, and that his appointees and himself, they are going to show beyond reasonable doubt the evidence of they tightening their belt as well, so as to send that goodwill. What do you want to see?
Well, let me just comment first on the whole thing. You know, I'm impressed by how government has managed this entire thing. Yeah. And I really need to commend Labour for the cooperation they have shown the state. But this is only possible because of the demeanor and the conduct of the state.
Exactly.
We've not seen this in a long time. Let's just be honest about it.
Yes.
You know, it's not politics. The Labour people, they also straddle between political parties. But foremostly, they are Ghanaians. For them to be willing to cooperate with government this way is something we must commend them for. But I think it's a reflection of the conduct of government itself. The tone of government has changed. There's a certain humility in the submissions of the president. I said we are seeing a new GM. People got angry. Some people agreed, but I think that everybody in their hearts realized that we've not seen this level of, or this type of, or demeanor of governance in an extremely long time. I don't think we've seen it since 1992. Rawlings was a bullish person. He was very considerate, but he knew how to connect with the people. Kufuor had a different style. He didn't have this style. Atta Mills had a father for all things. But JM didn't have this in JM1. Let's just be clear about it. You know, he would talk. You know, he always was a gentle speaker. But the reasoning and depth of being in tune with the state in the times is totally different. This is a man who clearly shows he's learned, not from his own mistakes, but also he's learning from the mistakes of others. And he has a sense of the future that has to be built. And he tells me he's somebody who really wants to drive a legacy that actually defined him as far as this country is concerned. The tone, the size of government, all right? We still have, we don't even have 60 ministers yet, am I right?
Yes.
We don't have 60 ministers yet. I just pray that he doesn't lose sight. Yes, you lose sight of what is really required to reflect the state of the country. You don't ask people to tighten their belts, and then you will not just remove your belt, but you also open your first button. You don't do that. I mean, unfortunately, that is what we saw with our previous government. You came to us, we're taking people's savings. It's almost outright theft.
It's almost, it is.
You know, I mean, it's a legal one, so you can't call it theft, but that's what the effect of it was. But at the same time, you were buying V8s, appointing new deputies, expanding SOEs, and using our money for it. Going on all kinds of projects that were going to make you look politically good. At the expense of who? A pensioners fund. A Ghanaian, a new couple trying to build wealth to even buy their first land, to pay school fees. You know, you don't do that. Every country goes through difficult times. But if Ghanaians honestly were seeing their public officials reflect the difficult times, show modesty. If you ask us to give up a part of our savings, we would have done that. Because we all know that it is in building the country. But you don't tell me this and we see your appointees building all kinds of properties, owning all kinds of properties, which they can't explain. You know, so we don't do that. I just like and love the tone of His Excellency the President, JM. He's a president You just need somebody who is sitting by you every day, just reminding you, so you never lose sight of where you are from, and where you actually want to go. The moment you lose that connection with the people, you are gone, and your legacy will be gone. This kind of cooperation you won't get from anybody. So I commend Labour, but it's also a function of what His Excellency the Presidency has been driving. So we must commend his leadership. He's showing good leadership. You may not agree with some of his appointees. I don't, with every one of them. There are some of them I wouldn't do, but he's a politician. He has to manage all kinds of things. But he's showing the direction. So for me, Mr. President, we've had a president who also knew how to say good things and did everything differently. You are saying good things. You are doing most of the good things. But it's just 2 months now. We are just getting done with just 2 months. Don't forget to continue doing the good things and not just saying the good things. The good things are not things that we need to hear. It's the honesty that you have with your people. And you also live in that which you say. And that's the only reason why I believe this progress has been done. What is this amount of money? 10%. Inflation had peaked at what? At 57 or 59% at a point in the last 3 years. Labour has had the value of their income eroded. And currently, inflation is above 20. Is that what? 23, 24%. And then they agree. After they have already been cheated, though. When it was 50-something, you get them 20-something. You understand? So this Labour is dying. Every Ghanaian is feeling the heat. The value of our money is significantly gone down. And it's sticking upwards for governments. Just as it will call in economic terms, it means sticky coming down. But for government, going up is sticky. It is not commensurate. The value of your income 5 years ago is not the same today. The number of milk tins it can buy, it's not the same number it can buy today. That just gives you a clear idea. The number of cement bags you can buy, it's not the same you can get today. But for the people to agree, Mr. President, you have been seriously trapped to serve them in all honesty. And you must not betray the trust of Labour. On that note, may the good Lord be with you.
What do you want to say? I mean, in terms of, he talks about the appointees also tightening their belts. This is not the first time we've heard the president make a statement that my appointees will tighten our belt as well. As you, the Ghanaian people, tighten your belt, take more taxes, and Labour take a reduced increase in their base pay.
You see, it is what people would live. So he has given directives. I want to see this president in the first 6 months take drastic action against an appointee who breaches 1/10. I mean, just a single signal of what he says. For example, he said what? By 31st, assets should be declared. On that note, I really want to commend the lives of Samson Ladi. These people have been at the forefront of asset declaration. Samson Ladi is a good son of this state. Ghana needs you, Samson, wherever you are. Don't give up. You've been doing this for over 10 years. Now, the president has said that 31st, if he finds one appointee by the 1st of April, fire him. Otherwise, you are not a president. You are not. Leadership and culture is not driven by what you say. It's driven by what you punish and what you reward. You understand? So when you tell people to be modest, and you see the conduct of people going contrary to that modesty, hey, you deal with them. You don't act like a Kufuado. A Kufuado will see his appointees who can't justify their wealth, and they are throwing huge parties. They are building property, and he's going there in housewarming. Somebody who hasn't ended anything before. What are you telling the other appointees?
He's a cheerleader.
You understand? You have a Movipina case, and then steps are being taken to go into it. Then you sidestep, overrun it, create your own a quiet investigation, overrunning your minister, and then quickly clear the thing. What are you telling everybody else? I said that was the day that Kufuado's government failed. Movipina. Everybody knew that it is all play all right now. Papa no onye. any matter, he will come and do clearing agent international or whatever you want to call him. This can't be the story of John Mahama. So with leadership,
we'll go out into the streets.
You don't just speak. It's more what you do. You can't be everywhere every time, but your principles and policies must radiate in the heads of the people. I'll tell you something about Banredu. I was a student leader at the time, and he was education minister. And he came, we were trying to look at his structure, because we had all kinds of... They said, Senor, that man was a very modest man. Oh. He came to my room.
Yeah.
At JC Apple, he came to my room. He just walked into my room. He came to sit down for us to discuss student issues. Minister, cabinet minister. And then what we discussed 1, 2, 3, he said, Senor, if you heard of the causing financial loss to the state, so right now when we are doing everything, we are also thinking about the risk of somebody coming to take us on as in causing loss, financial loss to the state. You see, Kufuor was not there, but the way Kufuor had dealt and publicized that matter and put that matter to real test, it was radiating in the heads of its appointees, and that's the same thing you do. When you give a directive, they breach it, you deal with it. Everybody will know that the day my matter come out, I'll be in trouble. I don't want to have trouble. When you go and see CEO and you are saying something, you say, please, my president will not agree with this kind of matter. When you come and say, I want to sponsor you with first class, please. My president says we should not sit in anything more than business class. And in any case, I cannot take anything from you, even though we are friends. You understand? The only thing we can do is we can share a beer together. And I said, which you don't drink, no, but you can share a beer, you can buy me the beer now.
Somebody said there's
this
no
might
more
be so
first class.
There's no more first class.
So please, it means a business class. Go to economy premium.
There's a problem with that directive. I think that you must set the policy properly. No first class. You are talking about business class. I agree. But you don't just jump on any business class. Top corporates do it. If you are traveling maybe above 4 hours, you cannot fly in business class. Below 4 hours, you must stay in economy. You can't be flying from here.
Premium.
No. Let me explain. I have sat with Mahama, the president. I've seen him in plane, sitting in economy in hour from here to Tamale. No. It's 1 hour.
That's a classless.
Yeah, it's a class. No. So why do you want a class? Did he die? Did he not arrive? So why is it that we'll be leaving here to Nigeria, which is what, 45 minutes or 50 minutes, and we think you should be sitting in business class?
Or 1 hour.
Why should I be flying from you as a minister, flying from here to Ivory Coast, and you're going to sit in business class for what? A ticket that's supposed to be $300, you have to now go and pay $1,000 just because you're sitting for 1 hour. No, they must put clear restrictions. The other thing that the state must do about this travel, the state must revise the policy, consolidate all the miles, so that the state as an entity will gather all the miles. Today, if I am a public official and I travel with the state funds, the miles it comes to me, my person. It goes to CEO. It can't go to CEO. It's not his miles. It is the miles of the state. When 10 of them travel, it can come together and lead to one free ticket of another trip. So it's one of the things that I want to pick up with the chief of staff. Chief of staff, my very good friend Julius. This is something we must look at. We must consolidate the expenditure, consolidate the rewards around our travels, so that it reduces our travel expenditure. And we must be publishing it. We must be publishing it. So bottom line, Mr. President, say the good things, do the right things, but you must punish and reward those who comply, so that there's proper culture that is driven in the government, and we'll surely now have a Mahama way of doing things.
Well, so 24 minutes after 8, and that's why I'm going beyond what the president has said, so that it wouldn't be about what he says, but it's a lot more about what we see being done. Because as for what is said and what we have been told, we've seen and heard so much over time. What are the specific benchmarks beyond the appeal to labor that, Mr. Damfo, you are part of this as a party, but then again, for the greater good, the specific benchmarks that you expect to be seen and also implemented on the part of the president to ensure that this verbal commitment to labor is not just an appeal to them, but it is one that his appointees would live by with specific benchmarks that we can all see and hold them to account at the end of the day?
First of all, gratitude for the opportunity, and again, good morning to my constituents, especially my branch executives and constituency executives.
Re-election assured.
Yes. And my colleague leaders in Parliament. Let me touch on Gregory Afoko for a couple of minutes.
Please.
Look, this Afoko matter is also symptomatic of the inhumanity of judiciary on accused persons.
Okay.
You see, the constitutional jurisprudence that you are innocent until proven guilty. The proven guilty is such a tedious process. The framers didn't put it there whimsically. It's subjected to a certain judicial test. And if you take time to read the evidence that NRCD, properly so-called Act 323, the things you must go through for a court to come to a decision, evidentially speaking, it's such a fantastic process. But the strangest things that some of us have seen through our practice, and Senior has been here for much longer time than me, is that an accused is brought to court, and the disposition, the seeming disposition of the judge is that this person must go in. We must begin to work in such a way that we must shed that perception that the state, properly constituted by the judiciary, should be the defender of the accused. Look, in criminal jurisprudence, the criminal procedure that we were taught, and what Mensabi taught us, criminal law itself, the state is bringing its entire power apparatus against you, an individual, very poor individual, private citizen. That is why the police can marshal all manner of police apparatus, mangle you into a vehicle, and drive you away defenselessly. That is use of executive power of state.
Right.
So the judiciary must be the people who should be protecting. Even if you have a human head dripping with blood stuck in between your two hands, still the judiciary must have some form of sympathy. The judiciary must be thinking that, is this person medically sound? First of all.
Yeah. Right.
And seek some protection. But not to hurriedly throw you under the bus, as it were, throw you into jail, throw the keys away and forget about you. How does anybody go through this process, 3 different trials, and be forgotten in a jail cell? He has to take a lawyer to spring this matter back to life every day, or nearly often. My senior, Martin Kpebu, raised this matter. So the inhumanity of some judicial officers in some of these cases must also be highlighted. The judiciary must come across as very humane and protective of people who are accused by the state and brought before them. We have to get there. Now, leaving the generals to the specifics. Look, it is appropriate that we commend His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for his conduct so far, from the morning of January 7th, or even when he was declared, his conduct during the transitional period, and he upped the game when he was installed on the morning of 7th till today. Look, Plato, and people likes to quote Plato. So
yes, I like that.
We are classical scholars, so let's quote Plato. Plato says the measure of man is what it does with power. When you are given power, what you do with it is how people measure you. So for me, the NDC with this arrowhead, John Dramani Mahama, is the positive antithesis of Nana Akufo-Addo. We are doing everything in the opposite, but in a parallel fashion. When you ask people to tie the belt, and you hire private jets, and you are crisscrossing the Atlantic on trips that practically brought us nothing.
And sometimes in the sky.
Well, as for that one, we raised it on the floor. They wouldn't hear it. They had to defend. Nitu had to come and defend that the president needs to freshen up. And freshen up, you have to bath. So, but John Dramani Mahama is saying that yes, I've come to inherit a pay rise of 25% between July to December 2024. But I've come to see the coffers. There's no way I can even match that. So what has he done? He says, I don't need 125 ministers to govern. Okay. And Labour said, are you certain? He said, yes, give me the opportunity. He's been given the opportunity. So far, he's governing with 42. So when he calls Labour to the table, unionized Labour to the table, when he sits in and he speaks to their hearts, they appreciate him. He's not doing the opposite of what he promised them. He's living within the promise.
Well, but
so these are very important.
Okay.
In 2021, when His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo got his mandate renewed, in 2021, salary increment was 4% for 1 year, 4%. In 2022, he did 7%. Then, if you recall, in 2022, agitation, nearly every unionized labor went up in arms. And that was when we were borrowing. Every day there was one form of loan in Parliament. We were approving loans. And yet, they were not seeing the multiplier effect in the lifestyles of the people. So Labour agitated. So what did he do? He quickly did what he called, he did 7%, and then from about July that year, he did what he called COLA.
Yes.
If you recall.
Yes, that's...
and called it 15%.
Cost of living allowance.
Yeah. Yes, but it didn't affect base pay.
But that was 15% of...
Yes, cost of living allowance. That's why it was called COLA. 15%.
A little over 450 million.
Yes, but it didn't affect base pay. So in calculating it, people still lost out. Labour agitated further because COLA didn't help in improving their standards of living in terms of purchasing power. So what did he do? In 2023, because we are approaching the election year, so he did 30%.
That's what is on the screen.
So he did 30%. But agitations increased because DDEP had come in. If you recall, DDEP had come in and was eating away investments, including Senior Hosse's investment, was whittled away, eroded completely. He was crying.
Yes,
he was in pain. His beard became longer
and whiter.
He had no time to shave.
No, he had time to shave, but he had no money to buy shaving stick. So then, election year, in order not to be accused of, then he did 23% between January to June, and then when we entered the throes of the campaign, he did 25%. So this is the history of what we are dealing with, and I can assure you that once the minister responsible for finance and the new governor, Dr. Siama, are with Atu and the economic management team are putting things in order, there will be improvement, and once improvement comes, Labour will have their fair share. And I can assure you that going forward, there will be improvement on the 10% and not a deterioration.
Well,
so I want to commend the president for actually saying it's prudent to participate in the process. And like Professor Jampo recounted, there was no need to be going through first layer, second layer, seeking approval before returning to Labour and say, I have clearance. The person who cleared you himself was in charge of the negotiations. And that this novel approach has to be maintained. So Labour will know that the man is looking into their face and negotiating with them. And so that alone gives some comfort. And they will measure us. So even us, we the party leaders, we have been cautioned to live frugally, live prudently, and live modestly. Yes. Even we, the party leaders. When I say party leaders, in Parliament, we are extension. Yes, we are party leader. Even us, our General Secretary and our Chairman has cautioned us. So that is why you don't see my majority leader, the Honorable Ayariga, riding around with 50 military men in a convoy. He won't do that.
Was there ever a time?
But a couple of months ago, it was the case.
Who was riding around with 50 military personnel?
I'm saying a couple of months ago. Who? It was the case.
Why you a majority
I am saying that it was the case.
So then that's after you
So I am saying that we have been cautioned to be modest.
You know.
That means the majority.
I don't know.
We don't ride around in a convoy.
No.
You don't do that.
I mean, Dami was using a soldier for his...
I am going there.
Hold on.
Listen, I am getting there.
Yeah.
That you don't have an attorney general riding around with 50 military men front and back.
Can you imagine? In
a bulletproof convoy, in a bulletproof vehicle. Yeah. What are you afraid of?
Bought by the state.
Dr. Aini. Dr. Aini will come and hold camaraderie with us and sit with us, even as an attorney general. Yeah. He doesn't ride in a bulletproof because he's not afraid. He's serving the people.
How about that?
When you serve the people, when you do your work well, you are not afraid of engaging the people. However pedestrian the environment is. You can walk the streets of Accra in your box, in your white shorts, in your polo shirt, and enter shops and buy toothpaste and say hello to the people in the streets. You are not afraid. You don't walk about with gun-toothed soldiers hooded.
Redirect. Let's come back.
Like Jim Mensa, when you supervise the election and you do your work well.
You made that point.
Hold on. This matter, these issues, they go to the social justice of this discussion.
I agree.
Look, social justice. I agree. When you are giving the executive and the executive power plus the pets to exercise and spend, how does that reflect in your conduct with the people? So all this matters, and I think that it's important. We want to fight Galamsey. Do we have party officials, ministers of state sponsoring the excoriation and the degradation of our red F, of our latrites?
Could be problem again. What?
Excoriation. And the degradation of our red F.
Yeah.
Felling of our timber species that have grown for 200 years.
Yeah, that's serious.
Just because we want 2 grams of gold. That lies in the alluvium of a river that's flowing into the Atlantic.
Okay.
Ministers of state will not do that. So that when you engage the people so that when we want to engage the community people that want to rehabilitate the environment, they will participate in the tree planting. They will participate in creating woodlots so the environment can be rehabilitated. But when you are a willing participant, they will listen to you. These are the real issues. When you yourself are evading taxes at the port, you think that people will pay taxes? When you set up chains of companies and you are bringing tons of rights and you are not paying taxes, people won't pay tax. So these are the reality checks. The checklist that is being handed out to us, we the leaders, so that every day we take it. We are measured by it. His Excellency says what? By the end of the first quarter, you file your assets declaration. We didn't hear this in the immediate past. People didn't even bother. Even judges when we were screening them for purposes of appointing, they had to admit that they didn't do it. That they are taking steps to rectify that.
Judges.
It happened in this country.
You still appointed them?
Over his recommendation.
No. You shouldn't recommend it.
We understand. People saw it as a mere irregularity, but it was
you can't make it mere irregularity.
No, the person says at the time I'm appearing before you have taken steps to regularize it.
No.
So it was regarded as a mere irregularity.
You can't be an adjudicator of the law.
But I'm making a point.
Yeah.
I am making
your point is solid.
A point. So these are the matters that we ourselves, the occupiers of public office. That is, in fact, me, beginning, he taught us, the phrase is, you are an occupier of an office. Yeah. Now we say holder of an office. So they are holding office and they are bluffing us with it. You occupy, so you can be removed. When you are an occupier of an office, there are ethical things that we must follow and do. Now it is no longer the case, mainly. People don't value those things anymore. No. But they go to the core. Like I speak, those days, judiciary, when you bring somebody to court, the judge will say, if you're not ready, let me strike out this matter so he can have his freedom. Anytime prosecution is ready, you can come back. So this way, judges were, when we began practice, 1, 2, 3, they will strike off the case. But now, Afoko is the test case, so I'll leave it there. Well, so Kansi, on this matter in respect of labor, I've told you, JM is the positive antithesis of what we have seen. Well, and that for me is the headline.
Well, there's a reference you made. The reason why I was asking questions about some of the inferences that you made in your submission is that I don't know, or I didn't see the whichever leader of Parliament a few months ago using 50 military men moving around with them. That's why I asked you whether it is information that you are aware of, because I don't know. Unless, of course, you made that
the media, you covered movements of leaders during the election. You covered.
Are you talking about election? Or he said he was moving around with...
We can't say. We can interrogate this matter. There are videos available. The number of security personnel that followed ministers and political leaders in the past government are available.
Especially the use of the soldiers.
I am not limiting this to one particular leader even, so that it's as if I'm targeting at all. I am saying there's a clear departure from what used to be the culture to what is happening now. To the extent that we've been cautioned. That's my majority leader, my boss. When he comes to Parliament, he comes unceremoniously. When I enter Parliament, I enter unceremoniously. Meanwhile, I'm the majority chief whip. He is the majority leader, a leader of government business. He comes in, you don't even realize. You have to call and say, well, I'm in the office. He comes in, he calls me, whip, I'm around, come.
Right.
Others used to arrive ceremoniously.
Thank you.
That's the point I'm making. These days, you don't hear my colleague ministers. You don't hear sirens all over the place.
Let's be honest about that.
No, honestly, please, let us make that point.
Look, I will speak for my party and my colleagues in executive every day.
You're not hearing the siren.
I must sing my own song, and I will do it on their behalf. I have to speak for them. When there has to be good conduct, let me amplify it. And just oppose it to what happened immediately before.
So,
and it's very significant.
Why are we not hearing the sirens?
No,
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The sirens you hear now is maybe speaker, the president himself, or ambulance.
To be honest, we don't have the siren thing by
siren quarter anymore. It
is very nauseating.
And
I hope Mr. President,
even the IGP drives in traffic. Even the IGP drives in the traffic.
IGP down Paris yesterday. The man drove in his sedan alone.
Okay.
How can whose life is more at risk than the man who is catching people and putting them in Kandabag every day?
Yes.
The man drives on his own, and he came no noise. You know, no noise.
Ceremony.
For what I saw,
no salute.
He drove himself.
I've seen him.
He did not come with a convoy.
Yeah.
He's an a security official. The laws entitle him to do so. Yeah. You know, look, this is a new tone, and let's pray that your people don't get carried away very quickly, and even Land Cruiser V8 will not be satisfactory for them. They want Lexus LX 600.
Yeah.
That nonsense respectfully must stop. You are a bunch of broke people stealing personal money, and you are buying Lexus. I mean, are you thinking? When I say this, they say I don't respect. But you don't respect yourself.
Somebody.
I mean, are you thinking you take people's money? You don't have money to buy your own Lexus.
I can tell you on authority that my colleague ministers, they are driving their own cars. Nobody has purchased any vehicle for that's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
and that's what I was coming to.
Since taking office,
this is a demand that you make.
They are driving their own vehicle. They have insisted that they want a Lexus. They are driving their own saloons.
Because talk about the cut down of expenditure, opulence, and then also living within our means, tightening our belts. Yes. Council, this call you made, I think 3 weeks or so ago, about the departure from the norm that we were used to. This buying of V8s and so on. Well, this is what a lot of them is saying. We haven't checked as yet, so I can't corroborate that statement that is made. But then again, it's one that we have to hold government to ensure that we don't. There are a number of cars in the pool already. So beyond this statement, what do you want to see?
Yes, so I think we need as you said, because it's not checked. You remember, to be straight, we want President Mahama to give us assurances that they are not buying new V8s. My understanding is that the Akufo-Addo administration ordered some before they left. So if we'll be giving visibility on what has arrived, what is the number?
Right.
Yes, so that beyond that, please, no more V8s, fresh ones. There are enough used ones in the system.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you sit here, you have your own car. Honorable Dafemako, you've bought your own car. So why is that suddenly when you become a minister, then you want to have the best of the best? So you know that what you drive today is not the best, so you want to get the best at the expense of the state. Then where is the service? That's why I keep asking, where is the service?
When you see the problem we have is when we say at the expense of the state. It makes it look like something remote. At the expense of the hawker, at the expense of that cocoa seller, who is struggling to get her trotro money, at the expense of that pensioner whose money you have taken, at the expense of that nurse who is still looking for a posting, at the expense of those children in schools and at trees. That is how we should say it.
Yes, perfect.
You know, look, public officials must learn to serve. It is public service. It is not serve us, dear public. That is not it. You must be in tune. It is a call to service. In a developing country, politics is not a job.
Indeed.
Public service is not a job. It is a call to serve. So it's not a place for you to come and look for your own economic aggrandizement and fulfill your own economic returns. That's not the place. Then go to the private sector. Come and hustle with me. You don't do that.
Okay.
You'll be buying all kinds of cars. One minister has to have LX 600 Lexus, $350,000 for one. Then must have a sedan. Then must have a pickup.
Perfect. So that is what.
Okay. When you are broke, and you are running a broke country, a broke company is your company. Will you be doing that for your managers?
Right.
Perfect. That's
the rule you should have every time is, if it is my business, is this what I would have done? If it's my business, is it the person I would have appointed? These are the things that public officials might be thinking about. To be honest, the past government did not show us that.
Okay.
And
this government don't try.
Yes.
You will see me again.
No, but it's true. Because
I won't lie you.
Yeah, we are moving the nation forward. I'm sure JM even said it.
Yes.
He said it at the Office of Government Machinery. They want to reduce costs. Because do you remember this story that outraged us in February 2023? It says presidency spent 15 million Ghana cedis on ties and batteries between January and September 2022. We all remember that 2022 was the peak of our economic hardship, right? Yes, from January to December. That's the year that in December 2022, we had inflation at 54.something%. And you see that from January, the cedi started losing its value. It kept depreciating, you know. So when this story came out, that in the midst of all of our hunger, etc., the president has spent, presidency, office of the president, they had spent 15 million Ghana cedis on batteries and ties. We were outraged, you know. There was a lot of furore. So we are reminding ourselves that these things haven't gone out of our memories. So we need President Mahama to do something about that. That's why we're saying that no more fresh V8s. The ones that were ordered, may we know the number, so that at least, I'm sure we have experts in the system who will then help so that we track. You know, Akufo-Addo, when he came, he said, moratorium, no more V8. Then before we realized...
That was when we went to the IMF. Yeah,
when he came, even the first time, 2017.
And that was reiterated. In fact, the finance minister, as part of some 21 measures.
Yes.
In fact, they placed moratorium or even foreign trips.
Yes. And then?
By June of that year, that was when they did the most travels.
Excellent. So please, we've seen it before. So this time we are wiser. Let's get the numbers on the fresh ones that came so that we'll get some people who will track for us. We don't want any more fresh ones. Make do with the ones already in the system. Yes, make do with the ones already in the system. That was one of the demonstrations I attended.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point.
Let me make the point.
Hold on.
Here's what I want to say.
Hold on, just a minute. Let me make
you will make the point. I'm not saying he has to just conclude.
It will guide his point. I'm saying that as we speak, there's a team still taking inventory. Because we have information that vehicles have been taken away and locked up in private residences and garages. So we are tracking and retrieving them. So some inventory of these state assets are ongoing, especially the vehicles. So once that is done, I'm sure the president or the chief of staff or whoever is in charge will make some state comment on it.
Oh, that would be marvelous. It would be marvelous.
It started from the transitional period.
So
they're taking stock of all vehicles
in the inventory.
Yes, in the inventory. So some comment.
And you were saying some of the state-owned vehicles were taken away.
Yes. Vehicles have been retrieved.
Okay, I see.
Vehicles have been retrieved from homes, from private garages. Number plate change and all that. But these are things being done quietly.
Right.
So that you don't. But vehicles are being retrieved.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't agree with this thing. You can't have people stealing the asset of the state. My brother, no. You can't have people stealing asset of the state and you're doing this in secrecy. When people have retrieved the thing, expose them.
I am not saying secretly. I'm saying quietly. It's different from secretly.
We don't want any quiet. If somebody has stolen the asset of the state and you want to retrieve it,
you made the point.
Give me the answer.
You see, hold on.
This is our money. This is our money.
I am telling you that JM is not governing with fanfare. We are methodical in approach. It doesn't mean a complaint has not been lodged against the person. Complaint has been lodged, but the vehicle has been retrieved. And so you see, you must.
My brother, if you don't bring this into public, we will not fix this life.
Excellent. Yeah, I agree with saying you.
Let's fix it.
Let him end his submission.
Do you remember when Akufo-Addo came in 2017 this same vehicle matters retriever, Domelo, was being thrown up and down.
Yes.
They went for his car. John Benjamin, the British High Commissioner, he also waited. It helped our democracy. So I'm sure Domelo would see that today. If you give him a state vehicle, he'll be more careful, etc.
Even Honorable Kofi Adams.
Excellent. And then Samson
absence.
Yes, Samson
stormed his golf house home and took away some vehicles.
Why, as an officer of the state, you have left your job? Why are you keeping the asset of the state? When you are leaving a company, the day you resign, the day you carry your laptop, you carry everything, you go and hand over. Is this thing hard to do?
Okay.
If you are not thinking that you are entitled to it, why would you want to keep it? Even we did this in Ivy Speakers of Parliament carrying furniture. So fast from
Thank you.
Look, this kind of thing, we can't entertain it in Ghana again.
Round it up.
Yes. Citizens are angry, so it's good.
Yes.
No, because people are selling us.
People have taken property away. I'm telling you. In the same way they took state land.
Gentlemen,
the same way they've taken
I want to end his submission. Okay. I'll come to you. Council, round it up for me.
So basically, as we said, we think that look, the perks and the remunerations that come with the political office, in simple terms, are way too high, considering the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian. I think if you sum up this conversation, that's where the tension is. That if somebody gets appointment, it's just way too much. Because you said public service. Where is the service when the person gets VA? So you counted them VA.
You have VA, saloon, you have a saloon, and then you have a pickup.
A pickup. Where is the service? When the person we know, look, in the previous administration, we know people who had mini cars. People who had mini cars, not even a full car, they suddenly had so many V8s at their disposal, etc. Then we fail to see any service. So, President Mahama, all we're saying is that, listen, the conditions of service, what ministers and CEOs get, is way too high compared to the ordinary person. So the disparity is increasing.
CEO next door.
Yeah,
it's my good friend.
It should be entitled to a sedan. If it needs a V8, it should be part of the company's pool. He requests it for his travel, then he goes.
Yes.
It should have a sedan.
Good.
Ideally, an electric car.
Good. And I can tell you, last week, NBG came here. He was still driving the Prado that he had in a private practice. Yes, you remember?
That's the exact point.
He was driving
every appointee is driving their own vehicle.
You see, so please, we need that modesty because the ordinary man is struggling. The ordinary man is hungry. And that's one thing that beats my mind, that as a nation, we still can't feed ourselves. So many people are hungry. Look, you stand 1, 2, 3, somebody comes to tap you. What's the matter? They are begging for money to go buy food. It's just too much. So we need President Mahama to look at it, and most especially President Mahama. We want to see you more on your farms, bring more videos, take the media with you, the ministers. Let me mention again, Minta Akando. He is a big farmer. He said he's doing 5,000 acres of rice, right? Yes, maybe Honorable, Mr. Okansi.
Yes, sir.
You should do an interview on Minta Akando's farms also. Let's put out more of the funds, more of the efforts by public officers.
Rice farmer.
Rice farmer, right? Yeah, so let's see how educated people, big people are into farming so that we can help more of our youth to get in there because the unemployment situation is crazy. You know, you and I, we are not safe. Like the one I told you, you are busy looking in your book, you are sitting in your car, then somebody comes to knock, with some aggression. What is the matter? I want money to go and buy food. You think if we don't solve this unemployment problem, 14.something% now, when you guys were living, that's why it's our 14.7. And said the statistical service.
The statistical, there are different ways we measure it.
Yes.
You know what? There's 20, and then you have unemployment within the youth. All right, being 50.
Yes.
Unemployment within the youth is about 20, and then underemployment is another 50.
Yes.
That gives you 70%.
Good.
So, meaning underemployment actually means under your minimum wage.
Good. So the problem is that, President Mahama, the issue of food insecurity is still looming large. And we've always said it's a national security matter. If you read the last national security strategy document that Dr. Dixon in the previous administration, Lawyer Dixon, lawyer and doctor, they've stated that, look, food insecurity is still a huge problem. As for that particular matter, henceforth, every Saturday, I'll be mentioning it. It's insane. We can't continue to go hungry like this when we have so much arable land. So what we are tying it in with is that government should look at it again. thank God you guys are back. Vincent Kouagbenu, the last time he was in charge of national service, they did a lot of work.
The Ejura area.
Yes, Ejura area. So, though he's in a different portfolio now, can we gather those people, gather them, let the youth, let them lead some committees or something so that we can get better farming, right? So that we can solve food insecurity.
Great.
Because if we don't, we ourselves will not be safe.
Indeed.
Yes.
And this is a progressive conversation, and it's a very important point that all of you have made in this regard. That you mentioned, Mr. Kouagbenu, it's a national service matter we'll talk about later as well. But there's a quick intervention that the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomakin, wants to make. And he's joined us on the telephone right now. Alexander Afenyomakin is a full member of parliament, the minority leader in this 9th parliament. Good morning to you, Mr. Afenyomakin. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the program, and good morning to your guest.
Right. So, first of all, I understand there's an intervention you want to make on a specific matter or a statement that was made earlier?
Yes, please.
Right.
So, first of all, I think I've been watching your program. It's on my first. I watched. And a moment ago, the majority chief whip insinuated about 50 military men accompanying a former majority leader. Well, he decided to insinuate without mentioning the name. But my respected colleague Martin Pig now throws in my name. With the greatest respect, let us be fair in the way we drop people's names and attack them. I have not had a 50 military convoy. Godfrey Dami has never had a 15 military convoy following him. Indeed, it is true. And Dami did not deny that as an attorney general, he did not have a police officer as his bodyguard. He requested to have a soldier. And he said that the record, his predecessors, some of them did have a soldier as a bodyguard, and he opted to have a bodyguard. It's a matter of fact, Dami stated so in his vetting as an attorney general. He said, yes, it is true. Now, let's deal with the issue of the office and the privileges attached thereto.
Okay.
I do not want to go into matters of Honorable Ayarika because I want to respect him. He's not on the program. But I want to plead with God, the Fiamapo, with the greatest respect to him. We are leaders. I came to be a leader in February 2024. What has been arranged, or whatever that was part of leaders, their privileges and all that, had been approved by Parliamentary Service Board long before I became a leader. Now, if he wasn't going to say so, he uses the word, some leaders enter Parliament ceremoniously. I own up, and I was not the first to be using a dispatch. From Harun Idrisu's time, from Benjamin Kumwa's time, majority leader and minority leader, they are assigned a dispatch rider because of the nature of their work. You may be needed here, you have to move here, you have to move there. This has been in practice for over 13 or 14 years before I became a majority leader. Harun Idrisu had it. My colleague Atu Fosun had this dispatch rider. And the minority caucus is assigned that. The majority is assigned that. And he knows that. So if you come on a public and national television, you come and insinuate, why? What is it all about? Look, we've seen what is happening. We've seen this before. When power changes, all manner of people say all manner of things to politicians and activists. But with time, you would have to verify and be sure whether what they are telling you is true. The last time on your program, a respected minister of state, also came to say that, there is a company which was being paid some 250 million at ECG, and Afenyo Markin is paying. I kept quiet. I decided not to respond. But the right time has come to respond to that issue.
And you had it on. No, I'm coming. You're saying you
yes, on
my program. No.
Let me mention his name. Honorable Sam George. I have the video with me.
No.
Honorable Sam, that was after the election.
No,
I watched it because I watched TV3 a lot.
Wait. So you said because you are making specific reference to this program, and that's why I am questioning you on it.
I am bringing that one to just let you know that consistently.
So no.
Consistently.
You because you make reference to a particular. I'm coming. Because you make reference to a particular statement that was made, and you're saying on this program, maybe it would have been on the network, but then you are making reference to this program.
No.
But I want us to deal with one issue.
I can send it to your producer.
One issue after the other, because you make reference to. No, you are responding to Nelson Ross Dafiame's statement earlier. You're saying that this courtesy is extended to all leaders. Is that the case that you never had any military protection at any point whatsoever?
Listen to the statement. Young man, with the greatest respect.
No, my name is Alfred Okanse.
Alfred.
Yes.
Alfred, listen to me with the greatest respect. The man said that some leaders, some months ago, had 50 military men in a convoy following. These were his words.
Yes, and I questioned him on that, right?
Can we finish? Excuse me. Can we finish? The man said that somebody had 50 military men. His words, 50. He didn't mention the names. Mm-hmm. You pushed him. He didn't mention the name. Then Mr. Martin Pegu drops my name. I am saying that I have never had 50 military men in convoy following me. I do not move with a military convoy of 50.
Well said.
I've answered you on that. Next. He again alleges, claims that former leaders, they come in ceremoniously for people to know that they are in. And I'm telling you that he wasn't bold enough to say exactly what he wanted to say. But I also know, in front of we say, so I know where he's driving to.
Okay.
And wait, let me respond to that. I'm finishing my point, unless you don't give me the opportunity.
No, you're finishing your point. Finish your point.
When it comes to leaders having a dispatch, it is something I came to meet.
Right.
And his own leaders in opposition had a dispatch rider. And they bring them in, they take them out for meetings. And it's because of the nature of the work. Indeed, it is assigned to the caucus, save that it is for the leader's office. Now, there are things that he doesn't know with respect to the office of the majority leader that I know. I will not say them because the majority leader is not on the platform, but I will protest to his boss and say, look, these are the things that I believe is happening that I'm not happy about.
Okay.
If I should talk about privileges that the majority leader is enjoying now that he doesn't know, I would be unfair to him. So I would hold my horses. But I want to plead with Ross.
No. Gentlemen, hold on.
He should know that he's in leadership. And that these things, he can do his politics, but he should be careful when he's trying to make a general statement, throwing things out. If you do that, what you are trying to say is to court public anger against certain persons when shame is unwarranted. And I do not think that it's appropriate.
Okay. So I think that's the main other reason why you are on the line and haven't also responded and clarified this particular point. Honorable Nelson Roxon Dafemeko, this is directly to you. And I questioned whether that was the case. He's joined on the line and clarified that there are privileges extended to leadership, and he doesn't move around with a military convoy. That defeats the point you were making earlier.
At all. I made a point and place it in context.
What context exactly?
The context was that present appointees, including my cohort of leadership in Parliament, we don't ride around with sirens. And I cited a few examples. Yes, he's seen it prudent to come and clarify. But it doesn't dismiss the point that sometime in the immediate past or before now, some leaders enter Parliament ceremoniously. If I use ceremoniously, I believe it's English language that everybody must understand. And I also reference the immediate past Attorney General. Even as a Deputy Attorney General, I have encountered him in court. These are not things. Hold on.
Yes, but he
Okanse,
okay.
Please permit me.
No, I'll permit you, but he explained
you see,
why
we are placing this matter in a certain context. The pressure it places on the public purse. That's what we are talking about.
Okay.
How the public purse or public officers have been encouraged, have been implored, have been advised by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to live frugally, to live modestly, to show that we are here to serve the people. This were the context we're describing. Okay. And I place myself in a juxtaposed position to what has happened before. And I cited the AG's example. Oh. And I will not shy away from that because the AG, I have encountered him in court in 2017, 2018 as a DAG. When his colleague was Menka Jindiok.
Okay.
When he entered court, I saw the fanfare with which he came. Hold on. I saw the number of military men who sat in his vehicle and sometimes in another vehicle.
And you are saying 15. And like Okanse says, that is not the case.
Okanse, listen to me. As DAG, he had a military escort. As a Deputy Attorney General, he should issue a statement and deny it.
Oh, but I saw them.
Hold on. Hold on.
In court, that one.
Hold on.
That is not in doubt.
It is in doubt. Hold on.
I don't think Apenyomakin said it is not. That is not the case. It's the number that you mentioned.
Can I finish?
Finish.
I built my case. So that was why when he was appointed into the substantive office, when the mandate of Nana Akufo-Addo was renewed, His Excellency was renewed for a second term, and he was elevated from being a DAG to AG, this issue cropped up at vetting.
Excellent.
And he admitted to having a military escort as a DAG.
That's right.
When he got confirmed, the numbers increased.
To one.
If you have two Land Cruisers fully occupied by soldiers front and back, how many would they be?
And in your own car, you have one.
How many would they be? You can't say. So we all can defend and provide reasons, but these are matters in a certain context. I am making the point that as I speak on authority, my Attorney General, Dr. Aini, is not riding to office in a military convoy. That is the point I'm making. So I have every right. So I have every right to juxtapose his conduct of Professor Aini in a parallel juxtaposition to the conduct of the man who exited 2 months ago. I have every right to do that. Well, because these matters have a certain bearing on the public purse. And I mentioned the case of the Electoral Commissioner.
Okay.
When Charlotte Osei was in office, she wasn't riding to the office in a military convoy. but the president one does.
Okay, but
so these are matters.
I get the point.
These are matters. These are matters. Look, I have seen videos. I've seen videos of other ministers
but
in the previous administration in a military convoy.
Okay, in fairness, because you make a specific.
So the numbers. Hold on, the numbers may not be permanent, but I've seen videos that portray that number.
You see, that's the issue. If you consider the numbers are not permanent, then it cannot be a basis for a generalized statement.
That is why I didn't mention his name.
Yeah. Okay,
so
good. But then in fairness, when you made the statement,
I think Okansi,
hold on.
He said he is owning now, and he spoke fancy that Ekutebia Niwura. So he says Ekutia na meme boy no etwino. So he's responding. I'll be glad if he can tell us that, I had 3, I had 4. Then he can place the matter in a certain context. Or on occasions, I had this number for the sake of the occasion. They were not permanent. We can understand. But I'm conveying a certain culture as it is today. As against those that I saw before.
I think that point is well made.
I thank you.
What I'm saying is he himself acknowledges that when you make that you made that statement, you didn't mention his name. It was lawyer Martin Pebu who went ahead to mention his name. And I said that in that context and in all fairness, he has come to respond that he doesn't move around with 50
he doesn't move with them at all. Yes. The 50 that's the problem.
So that is where that in fairness has to be underscored. And I need to round up this very quickly.
He's my leader in parliament. He's my leader in parliament. So, so I agree that perhaps I went a bit too far.
Yes.
But they had escorts.
Okay, great.
They had escorts.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you. If Druxton can give me the space because the voice is echoing. It makes it difficult for me to communicate.
No, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you very much. You see, I'm only asking for fairness. And Roxanne, with the greatest respect, you are also in public life. If you wouldn't take this opportunity to retract honorably, and you think you can.
I think you heard him. He just said he went to.
No, he has not. He went further to say that, okay, I should come and say whether I had 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. I've stated emphatically that I have never moved in a military convoy. Simplicity.
You've never moved in a military convoy?
I do not move in military convoy. I've never moved in a military convoy. How much more should I explain this? It's language, English, he said. If he now is trying to insinuate further, I will leave it to him. But let me say this, if I have the privilege of expressing this on your platform, that when there is change in government, all manner of things are said. I heard the senior making a point that, he was in Akufo-Addo's time, upon assumption of office, there were promises, and eventually certain relatives came into play, and things that don't happen. We are watching. Sometimes in this public service that we all talk about, a minister, and I'll give you an example. Let's say a minister of education. Now he has assumed office. He is now in his early days. There may be a time that the minister of education will have programs here, there, people inviting for official programs. Sometimes you are needed at cabinet. You are in your office. You are needed in parliament because there's a particular matter to address. And then once you are in parliament, you are needed also in cabinet, or the president needs you on an important matter. These are things that I think that politicians, we should even be bold and discuss with the public that these are some of the reasons why we will need certain privileges to be annexed to the office, not as pleasure or leisure, but then we will need it. You are supposed to deliver a speech in, say, Akosombo, and then from Akosombo you have to come back, represent the president at a funeral somewhere, you're going to the east. You have to come to the west. I'll give you an example of a day where I started from Accra. I went to Ebri. From Ebri, I had to now come back to Accra, go to Akosombo. From Akosombo, I was supposed to be in Winnipeg around 4 p.m. And all these were important programs, not personal, that I was required to attend. So I am saying that even apart from this, Irene, you remember that Honorable Ayeni, when we were amending the road traffic regulation thing, they included MPs in Irene, in the exemption, if you recall, which became a real public outcry. It was one of the considerations that all the MPs raised it that, look, there are times that your program, you are going for a workshop, going for a training program, you are needed in Parliament. So if the MPs cannot have a dispatch rider, at least if they would have their siren on, so that in such situations, they could maneuver. I believe that as public officers in the political class, we can raise this and explain, yes, the public purse is an issue, but then equally, if we are able to lay the foundation well and explain it to activists like Senor, he would understand that, oh, okay, it doesn't mean that when you see a police dispatch rider, it means that he is just abusing his office. Now let's deal with the IGP issue. The IGP issue that IGP does not use a dispatch rider.
You made specific responses. I think the point is well made. The point is well made, and I understand that you talk about the need for a convoy to specific functions and occasions. So it's an occasional courtesy extended. The concern is when it becomes permanent and regular and superfluous. That's where the issue is. So that's why I want us to distinguish between the two. There are two very different situations.
Let me. I would want to stay on that point. You see, I think that if it is given to your office as a Minister of Energy, Minister of National Security, Minister of Interior, it's such that your official assignment will require you to be on point and do certain things in a certain way. It has to be assigned to the office. It is not a matter of as and when you need. You call, say, IGP or call the Jubilee that, oh, I need this. No. But then we should also argue that it should be utilized in a manner that does not become a nuisance to the public. That I agree.
Okay.
That I agree.
Okay.
We must not use that to create nuisance.
Right. So at least you agree with that point. I think that's really a point well made. It's also about the number. The numbers has always been an issue as well.
When you say numbers, what do you mean exactly?
So, for instance,
if you say somebody in a convoy, when you say convoy, a minister of state going to his office may have his 4-wheel or may use his saloon. If the minister requires additional security, and I'm being hypothetical here, you may request for additional security, which will mean that one car following you. Let me talk about my very situation. I would look, depending on the occasion, would want to have a personal security, maybe constituency program. As for constituency program, you are going with some people because at the constituency function, you will need your personal security to provide some security. Or maybe you're going for a rally.
I see. And with that, have you ever requested the military protect you in that instance?
Young man, Mr. Okansi, we have crossed this long ago. If you want me to discuss my office as majority leader, I'll be happy to come to your
as a minority, as a minority leader. No, hold on.
You don't be asking questions that have you ever? No, I won't answer that question.
So
I am able to come to your program.
Well, you'll make some time. Make some time and come
to discuss my activities. I'll be able to do that.
Certainly.
But let us deal with the issue at stake, and then also call on Honorable Mr. Martin Kebu to withdraw that statement he attributed to me. I don't think that it is fair. Throwing people's names and doing certain things, it doesn't happen.
So since you
we are
made
all
the
in this
point
together. If I do something wrong, you can criticize me, but this insinuation and attack, I think that it doesn't fit mutual respect at all, in my view.
Okay, so your point is well made, and I think that you know my name, and so
Mr. Okansi, yes, Alfred Okansi.
So I wondered why you kept referring to me as a young man. That's why.
Oh, sorry. I apologize to you. Please.
Okay.
Take it as an unreserved apology from me. I'm so sorry. Alfred Okansi, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Right.
Please, Alfred. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Well noted. And Council, no. Let's please. Senor. No, but I think that the Honorable Dafemeko, sorry, made the point that you acknowledge that to some extent that I think you made it the last.
Yes, I said that he's my leader, and I may have crossed the line a bit.
Okay.
So for that, I apologize.
Right.
But these were matters I was saying in a general context, and I was just opposing conduct before now with conduct that is ongoing. So yes, if what is due him, I sought to see it as an abuse, I apologize. But I'm saying the issue is not about the occasional use. If my leader goes from Ekwapem to Somanya to Akosombo back to Efutu with a motorcade because he needs the alacrity of movement to be able to touch all these programs of state, so it's fine.
I don't agree.
It's acceptable. But the issue is about everyday abuse. Nearly every minister of some standing in the previous government had a motorcade.
Okay.
Well, that's not
that I don't accept.
Right.
Look, you understand? And these were the things deputy ministers had motorcade. These are the issues I'm saying that it is not happening in respect of my colleagues in government.
Right.
And I have every power to, I have every right to speak to it.
1 second.
Yes.
Before Kansi, look, let's have a date next Saturday. Let Afenyo Martin come here. People say, look, listen. It's true that Afenyo Martin was moving with military convoy, and among the team of soldiers was my own cousin. Please. Let him come here.
We'll respond to that. Let's
him come in here.
Senor,
he will submit the names.
Right.
Let Afenyo come here next Saturday, and we'll show him the names.
One, for me, I appreciate the fact that Afenyo has engaged on the matter. I took serious. I had serious reservations with his reference to you as young man, and so it's very honorable on his part that he has apologized. Afenyo, you are just 46. You're just 46. So let's just manage these things. When an MPP is going to have to go through a certain change, there's a certain perception. So when we act like this, it's a bit, and we speak like this, it's a bit condescending, and it does not help the kind of change that the MPP needs. I don't want the MPP in this current state. I want us to have a very formidable alternate party. It will put the current party on its toes. I think the one thing that's putting NDC in check today is the idea of JM himself trying to leave a legacy for his own self.
Thank you.
Other than that, we will have little check. So I need them to be quite careful. Alfred is a celebrated journalist. He's an adult. He's a married man. Very responsible man
with children.
We don't do things. But the fact that he's been humble enough, to apologize unreservedly, I doff my hat to you, Afenyo. He's my friend. We have on the issue, he said something that was right. I definitely made that reference to the fact that the government like Akufo-Addo came in. We had so much hope. He said all the nice things. Not too long, we saw a lot of things wrong. That's why I said earlier that the NDC, it is just 2 months. So as they are saying all the right things, trying to initiate a conduct of also doing the right things, it's a matter of time. if your heart and your deeds are not pure, time will expose you.
Yeah.
You understand? So we'll just wait for it. I'll be guided.
Okay.
Also learn from what people have gone through. But there's a need for a certain modesty. I don't agree at all with Roxy. When Roxy suggests that they should have convoys jumping left and right, it's a sign of poor management and bad leadership. If one man has to be at all these 10 places alone, which does not make sense, and because of that, he should always be in a convoy. When do you differentiate a necessary convoy from just personal funeral convoy, or your wife taking advantage of your dispatch to go for a convoy? Me, I've been part of some ministers' convoy, not to any place that has any meaningful state thing. If I would get the chance to drive with you, I will drive. I've been part of it. You know, so it's not a case. And the other thing I can't understand, especially with the past government, and I'm seeing the same thing also beginning to happen. Because I've been to somebody's house and I've seen military people. Why do we keep using military people as bodyguards for officials?
Okay.
What happened to the police? When you see Jimensa move, when she move, as if the whole place has to stop. What crime have you committed? We cannot continue this kind of thing. The convoy thing, organize your life. You who are going back and forth, serving the state, you are no more important than those of us also in traffic, trying to generate income for the state to fund your movement. I am going to work. I'm going to generate income. I'm going to pay taxes. I have a number of responsibilities, including even serving the state.
No,
a lot of time pro bono.
Thank you.
No, please, I'm coming.
Gentlemen.
We cannot create a situation where all the MPs would have that thing. We will fight it any morning. Okay. We must create a certain room for some of our leaders. I understand. If it is a pool, when it's official, there should be some discretion. But what we have always seen, and this is not an MPP matter, is both parties. It's a total abuse. It is a time for people to also enjoy and seem like they're showing some power. I beg you, we must stop this. Connect with the people. The tolerance of the people are low. And that pim, when people are suffering, you come and do pim. If you're already doing pim, will you get the wisdom and the heart to actually correct our road network system? Because you don't feel the pain. Yes. If you have to spend 3 hours just to reach Kaswa, next time you think about how to expand it. But if you just take 30 minutes, you are going inside. Man, this country is not going to change. I've been in Europe. I've been in a tram with prime ministers. I've been in a tram with prime ministers and working with only one person, also in mufti, in a suit or something, maybe possibly a security person. I've not seen them moving in any kind of fanfare.
Okay.
So we can do it. We need our leaders to connect with our pain. If we are in traffic, we stay in traffic together. If you have to wake up at 5 a.m. to get to the place, create a pool. Let's not create an environment where people feel so entitled and you have wanton abuse. There's another trend on this convoy matter. Businessmen have police people and convoys sitting there in their homes. I don't understand that one. I can understand that some people have procured special services from the police for guarding or something. I think there's some arrangement. But to now take a motorbike and then a dispatch rider in addition, and they are sitting in businessmen's house. They have no appointment of the state. I can't also relate to that. So while we are attacking them, we also have to attack our own. As business and private people, there must be proper order. There must be clarity on the policy that runs this siren, pim, pom, pom, pom. Don't be doing it in our ears. Let's not let us feel as if we are less of human beings than you people who are supposed to serve us. Right. You know, so this thing, I don't agree. There should be some order. Right. There can be a pool, but you can't get people stuck. And every time anybody feels that because I'm an appointee of the state, right, I'm entitled to pim, and to pom. Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Pastor Jampo, you want to make a quick point?
No, I think what it is good that you engaged Afenyo Martin, and I am excited to hear that he's saying he would want to be on the program to speak to some of the issues himself. I think it will be great, and I think increasingly, or as time goes on, this network must also try to do some more overtures to get the MPP reps also on this platform so that we can have
we don't have any issues with
that. Yeah. So I'm saying they wrote that they are going to be on boycott.
We don't have any issues with them.
So my point is that they wrote that they were going to be staying away from what we do, and I'm saying that let's do more of the overtures to bring them on board. Let us meet the mano a mano in the west of Dr. Baumia. We meet them one-on-one here, and then we can all discuss the issues in a dispassionate manner. But I was going to make reference to the description that he made of you as a young man, but I'm happy he's apologized. I was going to descend actually on him, but it's okay. You don't, if the person has already apologized, let's leave it as that. But the point that is being raised in all this discourse is just about waste. Okay, the fact that there's a lot of wastage in the system and the need for us as a people to do what we can, okay, at every level to cut down the waste. I have my own car. Someone assists me in driving. Whenever we are going somewhere and then we get to a place, I'm picking something from the office and then we'll go. Then I'll come and then the car's engine is on, and I get very annoyed that look, I'm the one buying my fuel. Now I become a CEO and then we are driving in a vehicle. I'm picking something in the bank. I get to the bank, I get back to where the car is and the engine is on. And I gave a warning to the driver that, look, when I was driving my own car, I did not like the fact that you kept the engine on. And that practice has become even part and parcel of me. And so it can never be part of me that then because it's a government vehicle, the engine should be on. And then you ask them, yes. And I said, no, you ask them, and then they say that, oh, it is for security reasons. I said, no. I've lived in Ghana all my life. The worst that happens to me is insult. But as for insult, it doesn't do anything to a teacher. But I don't feel threatened. Okay, nobody is going to kill anybody. And so please, let us stop having that bloated sense of importance of ourselves. Okay, people have so much attach so much importance to their themselves to the point that then you want everybody to stop and be looking at you because of the security arrangement that you have. I don't think anybody is going to kill anybody. And so let us cut the waste. And I like what you said. If ministers do not sit in traffic, if you get to the office and then you get to the president, the president has summoned you to a meeting and you go there late and they ask, why are you late? And you explain that, Mr. President, it's because the road was choked. If you don't give these explanations, how will we be proactive in addressing the challenges? So we try always to appoint people and ask them to serve us, and at the same time we shield them from seeing and appreciating the very problems they are supposed to be addressing. And so if they don't feel the problem they are supposed to be addressing, how can they be proactive in addressing those problems? And so let the ministers drive also in traffic. Like Dampai has been driving in traffic. Let the ministers, so that when there is a case for more roads to be expanded and constructed, they will be the ones
protect the public person, so they can rather get more money to do the road.
Summing up on this, I'm saying we are not doing this to antagonize anybody. The point is that the waste must be reduced. The president went to labor to appeal to them that times are hard. And we are saying that if times are hard, let all demonstrate that times are hard by they themselves also cutting or reducing the waste. Don't go to meetings and conferences and then for 6 hours V8s are packed and then their engines are on. Okay. And then you say that, well, security, if somebody is attacking, we should be able to whisk away our ministers and appointees. No. In Ghana, by the grace of God, we have shown that even though all is not well with us, we are peaceful people. Right. And like I said, the worst that can happen.
We do too much peace and politicians take everything out.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying that given the environment in which we find ourselves, okay, we've seen from 1992 up to now that nobody is going to kill anybody. And so if you go to Netherlands, you see the Prime Minister riding a bicycle. Okay, so it is a show of a bloated sense of ourselves.
When they reach traffic lights, they stop.
They stop. a show of bloated sense of ourselves for you to all of a sudden think that just because you have become an appointee, all of a sudden people are after your life and they want to kill you. I've been taking government on. I always say from Kufuor's time up to now, I don't feel that my life is under threat. That is not to say that I would leave anyhow, but I feel that people are sensible enough to appreciate that the kind of work we do it in the interest of Mother Ghana. And so this is not a time for you to be going about and say, well, I'm a CEO, so give me 7 soldiers, 10 soldiers. For what? You can't even be free. I'm a people's man. And so all of a sudden, somebody who is a people's man gets appointed as a minister, and then we should have all the convoy as if, no. So let us cut down the waste. And then so it is in so doing that when we go about appealing to the generality of Ghanaians that, look, things are hard, and then let us all come together to address the challenges. That is when you get the needed cooperation from the good people of Ghana. So it's about cutting waste and being frugal in the expenses that we make.
I think that's the broader picture here, and it's really the most important aspect of the conversation. Afenyo Makeng is still on the line. Yes.
Hello, Alfred.
I can hear you. Very quick one. Yes,
thank you. I thought we had put the matters to a peaceful rest.
Hold on.
Alfred, I do not think that Mr. Martin Pebu is being fair in the things he's saying about me.
I said, can we all allow
Mr. Martin Pebu, with the greatest respect, and Senior Robson and Professor Jampo, please prevail on him to show respect to
hold on.
Martin, you are trying to lie to Daniel. You are trying to lie.
Make your point.
Martin, he has prevailed on him. He has received a text message from somebody. Is that where we are taking Ghana to? I'm saying it's a lie. It's not true.
Okay.
Stop this approach. You've received somebody say it's his cousin. So be it. TV3. It's either you are calling him to retract it on the program, or I would take what he said and then you produce the person in court and we'll deal with that. Thing is getting 1 2 minutes.
No, but
leave it there.
So that's the statement you wanted to make.
You know, he's a lawyer. You cannot get up and say you have received the text and the person said his cousin was part of my convoy. Then you throw it out there. It is not true.
No. Okay. No, wait.
You can say everything you want to say about somebody.
Okay.
I have had the privilege of at least being on the program, and I'm telling you, Mr. Martin Pebu, that stop it. You now say that what the hell? I've received a text from somebody who said that the cousin was part of my convoy.
Hold on. I don't think that you.
Alfred, I will leave it there. I will speak no more.
Okay, I think that you've made your point, and I earlier that statement you attribute to him. Well, we didn't hear that end bit of it, but
he didn't say
yes.
hell.
I think that just has to put in context. And then also that message that he says he received and that he read.
It's also from a credible source.
Yes, exactly. So he's saying that he's going to. No. He says it's not true.
How?
And that he's going to.
People are giving more. Apart from yourself, other people close to you.
Yes,
no, Master, I want us to say everything on air. If you like, you come here. We'll read and then we'll read the evidence.
He says it's not true.
Oh, you too? Why are you like that?
No, but he should stop lying. He's been caught. Just
we need to. No. Hold on. He says it's Council. He says it's not true.
Well,
we cannot.
But I'm saying it's true.
You are saying we can't independently check it as well. While we do our own independent checks of the message that you have gotten. You get the point. I think it's important. I think it's important that we
messages
we have to independently check it as well, which we haven't. And yes, so
that's why I say Robson says there are videos, so we can.
All of those.
I have seen something which is actually scaring me now because
hold on. So there are videos that have also been sent. Because I don't want to let this conversation
we are not kids.
be disrupted
please
by this. And he has indicated that it is something that he will make time and come. Let us see how the coming weeks will look like.
Right, you should give me notice ahead. I don't want ambush. The day is coming, you should tell me.
I also want to. He has been clear with his submission. Let's just take it easy. All right. I think that I just hope that a number of things can be properly put into context. Yes. I hope that our assumption of what a convoy is not different from what his is. Because I'm seeing all kinds of things that are being suggested.
Look, my phone is flooded with more evidence. I know. Come here.
No, relax.
Gentlemen,
relax.
No,
it doesn't need to come here for
because you said we are sitting in one.
Because we cannot independently verify this.
I am happy
associate with it.
It's in-laws.
But I think that we have to make it clear.
So let's why do you take us for fools? Just because you occupy a certain office, we are all suddenly fools now.
Hold on.
Oh. So he should come.
14 minutes after to the
messages we are receiving
this is key
too
point.
many.
Hold on.
On this particular
yes. That there are other issues also to discuss. I think that point Council well made, and then also.
But please, I really commend Afoko for intervening.
Yes, for also coming in.
No, but now, okay,
I think it's important.
More people have come out.
Oh, and number of things have been put into context.
We'll be back shortly.
It's not about him.
We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us. There's the issue of the asset declaration, and then also the national service matter, which we'll get into as well. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Charlie, the MPP is shit.
In law.
Says, keep doing the good work for our dear motherland. I disagree with Senor. Our MPs and ministers need some level of security protection on official duties. It's not necessarily an abuse of their respective offices. My greetings to Honorable Nelson Roxon, Dafian Professor Jampo and Martin Bebu. You say thank you very much. And this one also here says, good morning. I'm watching the key points and please share. Okay. Opinion made, it says, a false statement on record. It says, I have a close friend who lives, it says, near his house, and I can confirm that there were he was frequently accompanied by military personnel. You say, thank you.
Say it louder.
Yes. In fact, so in fact, there are quite a number of them which, you know, have come through. This one here says that politicians will always try to defend the indefensible. I don't know what Panyoma only came to affirm what Government said. So what is the problem here? You say, this one here says, good morning, Alfred. This is the IGP at the far end driving himself. This is just to confirm what Senor and Professor Jampo said. You sent a picture to that effect. This one here says that
it says,
Alfred.
I hope this is PR for him. We want him to go.
It says, if
IG must go.
Oh, Council.
You to keep quiet. What's that?
No, let me.
You want us to fight this morning?
It's a conversation we will have.
Okay.
Another time. So let's not.
We won't have any conversation on this.
About security.
We are the owners of this program.
Security
we
of the
determine
state.
what we
let's
discuss.
go to the next issue. This one here says that there are videos and pictures of what is being denied this morning. And so if evidence is needed, I will be ready to provide, you say.
Thank you.
This person didn't add a name or... No.
You allow the thing to come so that man can defend himself.
Let me finish. This one here says, good morning. Please tell my brother, Senor Hosi, that I can tell him without any equivocation that we are not like them. We simply aren't, but low-key. And without any reference to his sentiments whatsoever. Says for 8 years, none of those who have now found their voices of caution ever uttered a whimper when the then government was running amok with profligacy. We cannot, as a people, preach virtue unidirectionally. Okay. My humble...
You cannot...
You say, so this one here says, talking about tightening belt, let's not forget that in the first term of President Mahama, between 2013 and 2016, his appointees contributed 10% of their salaries to building chip compounds. You'll say, Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo, good morning, says, I'm glad lawyer Martin Pebu spoke about the main problem between Paul Afoko, the former chairman of the MPP, and Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the just exited president of the Republic of Ghana. The bank issue, quote unquote, I'm glad history has absorbed me. This particular issue, which I criticized strictly, led to my complete break with former President Akufo-Addo. Many thanks. Togbi Dr. Nyaho Tamaklo.
God bless you, Togbi. God bless you. Keep the fire up.
Thank you very much. Musa Abatwa says, Alfred, Honorable Ablakwa is one of the MPs. Your panelists deserve commendation, especially Professor Jampo and Senor Osi, for their insightful contributions. They are called for President Mahama to hold his appointees accountable and not follow the precedent of what has been experienced over the period is one of a good call. We are all vigilant and would hold President John Mahama to the fire, you say. Thank you. Because of all what has been happening, there are about 3,762 of your messages within this period, and I certainly apologize. I cannot apologize. I cannot read all of them, but let's move on to the next issue, asset declaration. And this week, the president declared his assets. And let me just remind you, I am clothed this morning by Kogra Clothing. It's the best version of you, yes. And so they are located on the Spinktest Road, next to the Ghana Made, in the same building, the Ghana Made store. You can call them, that's Kogra Clothing, on this number. That's 026 055 8056. 026 055 8056. And get some more information on that. Let's take a look at the president declaring his assets and then the concerns that have come up as to what has to be done to strengthen the asset declaration regime. Take a look.
Simple but brief, very important act of presenting my completed assets declaration forms to the Auditor General as required by Article 286 of the 1992 Constitution and the Public Office Holders Declaration of Assets and Disqualifications Act 1998, Act 550. I've also taken this step to send an unmistakable signal to all public office holders, especially those that I have appointed, that I take the declaration of assets very seriously and expect full compliance from them. I've asked the Chief of Staff to send word to all appointees to ensure that they declare their assets by the end of the first quarter of this year, that is by 31st March 2025. I wish to stress that any appointee failing to meet this deadline would face severe sanctions, not excluding removal from office. Even as we strive to hold past government officials accountable for their stewardship, I deem it even more imperative to enforce anti-corruption among our present public office holders. Charity, they say, begins at home. I'm therefore determined to take the necessary steps to ensure that we fight corruption vigorously so that the precious little resources that have been entrusted to us by the Ghanaian people are used only in their interest. There have been issues raised about the effectiveness of the current assets declaration regime. We must take advantage of the current constitution review process to strengthen the assets declaration regime to make it more relevant to changing times. I believe that we must move to a regime where the assets so declared can be published before and after public office, so that the phenomenon of unexplained and overnight wealth, obviously earned through the proceeds of corruption, can be checked.
Okay. After this particular act of declaring his assets openly for us all to see, he also acknowledges the deficiency in the law and the calls for the publication of these assets so declared and the verification of the assets so declared. That's the next leg of that conversation, which we've been talking about for a while now. And the president says it's an issue that he expects the constitutional review process to address and take into consideration. Take a look. We'll record that quickly. But, Senor, let me bring you at this point on this asset declaration. The concern has always been the fact that it's over time, it's proven not to be a potent tool in the fight against corruption because we really do not know what these public officers are declaring. There's that notion that some of them even declare their assets in advance, what they intend to purchase when they come into office. And because we're not able to verify, they are able to do that. So it doesn't really serve the purpose of fighting corruption in the public sector. Your thought on this, very quickly.
I am inspired by the submission of the president. Like I said, the president is saying all the good things, and he's actually, in this instance, leading by example. He used some critical words, and that's what leadership is supposed to portray or deliver. He uses the word signal. He said he's sending a signal to all his appointees. I repeat, all his appointees, that he takes this exercise very seriously. He comes again and connects it to corruption. So the president is clear on the value and relevance of this particular matter, relative to graft, relative to corruption. And he's telling everybody that he takes it very seriously. There's something about the president these days. I mean, forgive me if I keep talking about leadership, because leadership is cause and a lot of things become effect.
The president gives directives and does not leave it in the air. He makes them time-bound. I don't know if you've noticed it. He set up this committee, you have 2 weeks. He does this, you have that. Now he's made it clear you have up to 31st March to submit or to file your asset declaration. I think we must commend him. And it means that something is going on right in the office of the president. My thoughts can only come quickly to the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra. Kudos. Callistos, kudos, for trying to get the governance or the center of government really structured and accountable. But having said that, the impact and the relevance of this exercise is only birthed by 2 key words. One is verification, the other is publication. If you look at the PNDC law, 218, 1992, that was supposed to path and birth the conduct of our public officers relative to asset declaration in the beginning of our Fourth Republic, you realize that in section 1, right at the beginning, it says this, if I may, do I have your permission? A person is not eligible to be elected or appointed to any of the public officers specified in the first schedule, or to be elected or appointed a principal office holder of a political party, not just officers of the state. It included political parties, unless that person has completed and submitted a written declaration of all property or assets owned by that person, directly or indirectly, on a questionnaire provided for the purpose by the Auditor General or the Election Commission. 2, the written declaration referred to in subsection 1 shall be submitted, A, in respect of a public office specified in the first schedule to the Auditor General. That's what the president did. B, in the case of a principal office holder of a political party, to the Electoral Commission within 30 days of the election to that office. And this is the part that everybody's attention must come to. The Auditor General or the Electoral Commission, as appropriate, shall publish in the Gazette the declaration submitted under subsection 2 within 14 days of each receipt. The chairman and members of the Electoral Commission or the Auditor General shall make written declaration of their property or asset to the president. Everybody is covered there. We should remember this was a military government.
Right.
Going to birth a democracy. They believed in transparency. They believe in accountability, probity, as captured in our constitution. Fast forward, the democratic people who not take the reins of government, all of a sudden think that there should be no verification or publication. What are you hiding?
Okay.
Are you a thief? Are you planning to steal? If you want to serve the public, you must be transparent and accountable to the public. People like Samson Ladi and Yedini have been fighting this for decades, over a decade. That's true. He has been relentless about it. And again, I doff my hat to Samson. Well, I'm sure you're on newspaper by now. But these are the people who we must celebrate. And if the president is accepting this gap, I think that civil society, and I believe that the One Ghana movement and my colleagues, with the support of the likes of my brother here, Roxy, would have to drive for a new bill, a new conduct of public officers bill. We should restate these things. Restate them very, very clearly. We need to verify them, and we also need to make them public. You make them public so that the general public can actually put the matter to test. Submissions have been made today. The public hear it. People are also submitting alternate routes. When you go to an area and they say this is a minister's house, you know you don't need to get any minister to tell you that one. It is the masons and then the carpenters who come and tell you which minister is owning this house or not owning this house. Okay. So when somebody go and say, I don't have this house, the masons can come and say, Master, so if you just put it in a paper and just go and file it, and you had a whole presidency that did not take this matter seriously, that judges could actually do same and not feel accountable to the people. The people who are supposed to be the torchbearers of our justice system, could not even live by it, then you know that we have a very, very endangered democracy.
Okay.
We now cannot continue to take the people for granted. So this asset declaration matter, we have to prosecute it to its conclusion. But as Mr. President has already said, Mr. President, you have been moving governance one step ahead, you and your government. As what's his name, the AG, Dominic Ayini, when he came to explain, you know, right here, we called for it.
Okay.
Within a week, he came to give answers why he was stopping cases, withdrawing, and then filing the nolle prosequi and all that. He did. He explained. He didn't have to. But that was a sign of accountability to the people. I think, Mr. President, you can also do same. As you believe in the publication matter and verification matter, don't just submit it. Let's call on the Auditor General to proceed to gazette it, to make it public. Because you don't even need his permission to gazette it yourself. But you can't do it. Let's move governance a step further from what we are used to.
Okay.
So even though it's not in the law today, and we hope it will be in the law tomorrow, you can start living it today. Just like Ayini did not have to do it per the law, but he knew for good governance reasons it was done. When you do it and you add the directive that all your appointees should also publish their own, you would have sent this matter to a different level.
So
and that will be the basis upon which you can know whether somebody is doing kululu or lukuku.
So even though it's not lawful, you wanted a voluntary publication of the president's assets.
If it will be
unlawful, I think that
be unlawful.
Look, the president is a very successful farmer. He's giving me an invitation to come to his place.
The farms I'm saying we should.
I'm supposed to go there. He has assets. He's been working for a long time. He has been gifted things in life. All right, his children are productive. They may have also engaged him or given him things. He's filed it. That matter, he himself, I think, should move this governance conversation another level further. Something we know we would never have seen under Akufo-Addo. He didn't even hold his own people accountable to file their assets. And he saw people building assets that they didn't have. He went to join them in housewarming. The man is a disaster. I don't even want to. And look, I think that the MPP should learn from this. Stop trying to continue to associate yourself with Nanado. You will go down again with them. Start a new MPP. Re-engineer your party. But let me focus on GM. GM should please
say that they should rate the MPP.
Publish his thing.
Akufo-Addoism.
I agree with you on that one, that they should rate the MPP of Akufo-Addoism.
Round up for me.
From rascals and rascalities.
Round up for me.
Yeah, I think that the president should move this conversation a notch higher, show better accountability to the people, and not and submit publish his assets, submit it to verification, and ask his own appointees to also do same. He has the power to hire and fire. So if he tells them, even though it's not the law, this is what I require of you. If you want to work with me, they will do it.
Right.
And on that note too, I think we must commend our brother here. The CEO.
Yes.
The CEO.
I was actually going to ask.
Who now knows that he cannot pick our calls because he's too busy and all that, but he says he will return that or will respond to us in the studio. We want to acknowledge him.
But
he
for example,
filed, let me finish.
Have you filed?
No, he has done it. That's why I'm celebrating him.
Yeah, you know that he has done it.
I know. I'm telling you. When he was going to do this, we are brothers. He spoke to his brother here, and we all shared information. You should remember, we are all Ekwafo people. So Ekwafo people are leading the way on this matter.
Okay.
Indeed, in advocacy and in proper leadership, also Samson Ladi, another Akwafuo person. Yeah. So next time, these vandals people sitting here, anyway, it's a good vandal.
So for example, have you declared your assets?
Well, you see, I know I live my life in the public, and so I know that everybody is watching me, and I want them to also watch me. And those who are watching me with evil eyes, I tell them that I am smarter than them. I say, we are watching. As if I don't know that you are watching. I am smarter than you and the people you serve, the people you bootleg. I am smart. I taught them. So you cannot be smarter. I know everything. People are watching. And so the moment I got my appointment, the very day I went, before going to the office, I called Martin Kpebu. I said, Martin Kpebu, please get the form for me. And then he was busy. I got into the office. I ordered, can you get me the form? The following day, I filled everything. Let me say this, by the grace of God, as a modest teacher, I had everything I knew I had to get in life before I was appointed.
You're very sweet luxury cars. You
Okay,
have a good taste.
by the grace of God, I had everything I knew I had to get in life before my appointment. So for me, declaring the assets was a way of showing people that mabobra dada. Okay, I had done, I've lived a life already. So I wanted them to see. And when I called the Auditor General, I said, look, Ransford, I want to welcome you myself. He was excited, I was excited. And so I have no problem people publishing or getting this thing published. Because I lived a life already before going there. I will tell you that, no. The car I drove to the office the first day, okay, was far, far better than the car they offered. But when they themselves, they said, oh, Prof, this is your car. So some of us, by the grace of God, I don't have any problem making sure that this thing come in the public. I do not intend to acquire more beyond what I need. What I intend to do is to serve Ghana and to help the poor and needy. But if it is about car or properties, by the grace of God, before I was going there, and your house, that big house, how many rooms do you sleep in? My friend is
the big bed.
Yes, the big bed. Okay, I built a huge mansion in my hometown. I go there and I go just to my my bedroom. I do not even have the opportunity to inspect the other rooms, whether they are leaking or they are. Nobody lives. So what at all do you want? What I seek to do is to serve Ghana and to extend help to the poor and the needy. No. So in that case, what I had before getting there should be enough. Okay. And so I don't have a problem with people asking, say, that we should Actually, I wanted mine to be published to tell people that before I went there, Nama Bobra.
Yes. The president gave a deadline of March 31. All appointees declare your assets, or you'll be fired or sanctioned. Does that not send a strong signal as well? Or you wanted that publication element as well?
Yes. Yes. So you see, Senior has made a point that JM has done well. At least we didn't hear Kufuor warning people immediately, right? Except, right now Ghana is changed. So this is the basis on which I'm making this further call. I know the last I asked JM to return the ex gratia, it didn't go well between us, right? So, but it doesn't matter. We voted for him, so I can go ahead and make another call. But I just hope that the bad reaction he had the last time, it doesn't happen again. You see, President Mahama, the truth of the matter is that... I forgot to commend Professor Jampo for filling in the form.
Yes.
At the speed, yes, at the speed of light, right? That's good. That's good. That's truly.
I didn't want you to come and criticize me.
Absolutely, because I play football with Professor Jampo, so this would have filtered, and that tells you the philosopher king. You see what Plato asked for in Plato's the Republic, right? Where Socrates was saying that the leader seeks truth. You see, he seeks truth. He's kind. He's not wicked. Right? And then he avoids corruption, etc. So by going to file ahead quickly, even well before the deadline, it means that you're seeking the truth. Good. Now, I'm making the point also that the president has said they should do by March 31st. My only problem with it is that March 31st is not good because it continues to breach the Constitution. What the Constitution says is that it should be done before the person takes office. Before. So I'm talking about Article 286, Clause 4. 286, Clause 4. Let's read. A person who holds a public office mentioned in Clause 5 of this article shall submit to the Auditor General a written declaration of all property or assets owned by or liabilities owed by him, whether directly or indirectly. A, within 3 months after the coming into force of this Constitution or before taking office, as the case may be. Please, let's repeat. Within 3 months after the coming into force of this Constitution or before taking office, as the case may be. Quite obviously, the Constitution came into force in 1993, so the 3 months doesn't apply. So we are left with the before taking office. So considering that this is very clear, I think that Mr. President can do something about it. I mean, you know, Ghana, we've moved forward as a nation. We've moved forward. The last election result shows that we've integrated. So I don't think if he admitted and changed the timelines, anybody will gloat. No, rather, they say, you read the books again, Plato, etc., they'll show you that a mark of leadership is when you accept your fault. You accept that, look, I've done a mistake and you want to correct. It's a mark of leadership when you accept your fault and then seek to remedy it. Like, you remember when they went to do the education forum in Ho, it turned out that the Catholic bishops had not been invited. You know, the Catholic Church owns a lot of schools in Ghana. Yeah, I went to St. Charles Minor Seminary, right? Many other schools. So when they were left out, they were not happy. They brought the matter up, and the president apologized to them. They moved on. It's beauty. So when you accept that something you've done is wrong, it doesn't mean you are weak. No. It's not weak. Yes. Sorry, the letter delayed. Okay, yeah, it's fine. When I heard him, I said, that is it. That's a true leader. So, President Mahama, considering that the Constitution is very clear, I mean, I'm also trying to be practical. Maybe if you can't, right now, before taking office has already been breached, but perhaps you can abridge it to a week.
As soon as possible.
Because you see, the truth of the matter is that, and look, we have to be practical. When a minister takes office and the other appointees, look, often the practice is that the big contractors come to see the minister very early. And you know, that's how often deals are struck ahead of time. So giving 1.5 months to a minister to fill this form, by that 1.5 months, you would have acquired a lot. Let's be very practical, because this matter, we are not joking.
Your matter is not lying.
All right.
I'm a businessman. I won't lie.
Yes. So businessmen come with a lot of gifts. So, Mr. President, this one here, if you make it stay till March 31st, it will erode too much of the confidence we have in the fight. March 31st, there at the bracket. Maybe one sentence. Maybe to make my argument.
Make your point. Okay. Make your point. Please.
All right. Yes. So I've been thinking about it. I know the last time we raised it, there was one badge of ministers. He gave 14 days. So we came and raised it that no, the Constitution says before taking office. He said. Then we left it, and now President says March 31st. March 31st there is way too much. Way too much. No. You see, if you don't do something about this, then they'll begin to pile up. Yes, they'll begin. You see, right now we are all excited. Right now, even if you don't have money in your pocket, you are full because we've thrown out a Kufuor. The corruption and the arrogance of power, everything was just too much. So now, even when you walk and there's no money in your pocket, I mean, you sleep and you sleep well. That we've shown the Kufuor and Afenyo marking where they belong. You see, micro minority, right? Let's go on. So, no, it's good. The trolling also helps. But JM is different today because we trolled him. For 8 years, we trolled them to JM. So, please, the trolls, the naming and shaming, it's also good.
Don't accept that invitation. Just keep focused.
Yes, please. I mean, I've said it. That's how I'll continue to maintain it.
So,
right?
you get the sense that the demand for accountability has gone a notch higher, to the extent that previously what people would accept as the norm is being questioned now and demands made. So, for instance, Attorney General files and all the prosecutor. People want to know the reason why. And explanation is given. Which is unprecedented. It's not happening.
So
then you see apologies by the president, as you indicated. Now there's the demand that you have publicized the declaration of your assets on TV. But we want to know what is in there.
Excellent.
That's the level of accountability demand we are seeing now. What should the president be seen doing in response to the call and expectations of the people? Quickly.
Good. So quickly, it means that the president has to publish his assets. Yes, he has to, because when you listen to him in the speech, he mentioned that he's all for publication. So, Jen, please go ahead.
That's after the review of the Constitution.
Yes, I mean in his speech.
No,
yes,
but,
he
but,
said.
But even if we've not reviewed the constitution, once it is not against any law, we should be able to do it.
And last 3 weeks, perfect, Professor Jampo, I agree with you. And last 3 weeks, we cited the example of Baba Go Slow. That's Buhari. Yeah, that's the name they gave him in Nigeria. Now the nicknames are good. They say, Baba Go Slow. So Buhari, when he came into office, right, went ahead and then published his assets. It was in Daily Graphic. It's because I changed my phone. I think I came and read it years ago. Yeah, he published it. It was BBC. It was in Daily Graphic. They reproduced it, right? So Buhari showed the way, and everybody knew that Buhari generally did well, right? So yeah, this is your moment. This is your moment. Please, Senor first stated it. Professor Jampo agrees. I also agree. Please go ahead, publish. Yeah, publish because
and also call on your people to also do the same.
Yes, and you remember in previous times, I came here with publication of those assets, the ones Senor read from the law. Yeah. I came here with the Gazette publications of PV Obeng, Mary Grant, JJ himself, that's President Rawlings, all those appointees. They are today. If you go to Assembly Press, that's next to Accra Technical University or previously Accra Poly, you can get copies to buy. You see, so let's move the democracy forward. Because who said it this morning that his JM is trying to leave a legacy, right?
I said it.
Yes, so he's trying to leave a legacy, trying to do resetting Ghana. Just go ahead, publish it. Publish it. And you see, can you imagine the excitement? I'm sure, look, JM, if you publish your declaration, look, you would see what else that would bring. You see, it will bring a lot of momentum.
People all in line.
It will bring a lot of momentum to the fight against corruption because people are like, wow. Then it means that you would have equaled what Buhari did in Nigeria, right? And then we'll move forward. And then secondly, he repeated the calls for the review of the act.
No,
that's the law.
Sorry, Martin, let me just ask one. Is the constitution saying that after exiting office you must declare your asset?
Yes. Every 4 years is there. So let's read it.
So
every 4 years,
the members of the previous government, have they declared their asset?
Good. We should follow up. Shraj, and that brings me to this matter.
This is very important. Somebody just said
very slow.
After leaving office, you must declare your asset.
Yes,
so
I can remember
MPP
that.
appointees, when are you doing that?
Yes, the last time in the previous administration.
Hold on. Let's
in the previous administration, I remember Nick Opoku, lawyer Nick Opoku with CDD, previously Joy FM. They did a petition to Shraj. In the previous administration, lots of public officers didn't publish. And Shraj was very slow about the case. I don't know what Commissioner Whittle wanted with it. Listen, it's either you've published or you've not published. Shraj stalled until these people left office. I'm not aware that they came out with the full list and sanctions. And so, also, we should mention that Shraj hasn't clothed itself in glory when it comes to enforcing this law. Because people reported. Then, for years, you weren't getting to the bottom of the matter. All you had to do was to call for the, the declaration from the Auditor General and see whether they did or did not. You put officers on this 24/7. So, I think Shraj should be, maybe we should send a reporter to go and ask Commissioner Whittle what is the state of the petition that was sent for public officers to do the declaration of their assets. And finally, let me mention, so I was on the point of the review of the law. So President Mahama has promised that it's going to be reviewed. So we are looking forward to it. And he said all the 9 things that the law will make provision for publication, right? And then verification. That's very key. Because I remember for 8 years, Akufo-Addo kept promising us that he would do it. He would do it. In 2023, he even made ratcheted up the sloganeering. He said he was going to give us a world-class asset declaration law. And let's not forget, it's an IMF conditionality. And once again, the IMF has to take part of the beating. IMF, you know our condition. You know that corruption is a big problem. You make it a conditionality, and then you don't put timelines. So that we went to the IMF in 2022, right?
Yes.
Until date, the law has not been passed. So the IMF also has to sit up, because with the way they've handled the asset declaration law, by not enforcing, by not compelling the previous administration to pass that law within a certain time, it reminds me of how over all these years they have been accused of not looking out for the interests of African countries.
Right.
Yes, because they just come with conditions. the ones that should transform our economy, they don't see to that. We've gone to IMF how many times? 17 times now. You are not seeing to the transformation of the economy. You just say, oh, yours is just what? Budget support, okay, balance of payment. No, you should come out with programs that will help us to transform the economies. Because remember, there is history that the developing countries came together and sought to create a different bank in the early 80s. But President Reagan and Margaret Thatcher shut it down. And said they would not put money into such a bank that will help developing countries. And so with the kind of help that we receive from the IMF, you just see that no, they don't mean well for us. Come up with a proper program, the one that transforms our economy, not just balance of payment problems.
That's so the Conduct of Public Officers Bill.
Yes.
Thank you. Lawyer Martin Pebble and Honorable Nelson Roxon-Tafiam, I'll take your thoughts on this very quickly. I know that the position of the law the president referenced and also made that promise about this issue being key in the constitutional review process, which has already kickstarted with the formation of this committee. I've just got a message. In fact, that bit about the former appointees declaring their assets. Yeah. The Fourth Estate has done some work on that. So this is an issue that, yes, it's going to be from the next phase of our conversation. But they have done some work. The first and second terms of the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 27 ministers did not declare their assets at all. And the names of the 27 ministers have so been published on the Fourth Estate website. So please, you can check that as well. But this is a conversation that we would have in the next phase of the asset declaration conversation.
But they are supposed to declare after exiting power.
Yes,
exactly. So that's what
it is. We don't talk about it. Yes, you declare when you enter, and then you declare every 4 years.
And when you exit.
And also, when you enter the 286 clause.
Thank you.
If they fire you today.
Yes, because it says at the end of term of office. So if they end your term today,
you have to declare. You have to declare. Yes, thank you.
No. Let me commend my colleagues for their views, and let me above all commend the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, for doing this. It enhances the level of transparency, accountability, and that is demanded of those of us in public office. And public office is not limited to the president, his appointees, MPs, judges, and that's it. Every public office holder, as defined under the Constitution, you are engendered to go through this process. So the education must go to all of us who occupy public office, properly defined. Now, let me put these matters in some context or scope. PNDC Law 280 used to be the law, used to be the law that governed assets declaration. Yeah. And that one had even political party office holders.
Yes.
Yes. Then it was reviewed by Act 550, 1998.
Yes. And then
assented to in May, 4th May or so, 1998, when Jerry Rawlings had his second term. So they reviewed the terms of PNDC 280 and took out political party office holders. Yes. All right, and limited it to public office holders. So it became public office holders, declaration of assets and disqualification. Act 550. Now, under 550, you can actually lose office when you fail to declare your assets, or when you declare and some challenge is mounted regarding verification and authenticity. And it's established by a commission of inquiry that your disclosures were not truthful. So under the law, you leave office. You'll be disqualified from holding that office further.
Okay.
Now under Section 1, 4, subsection 4, I believe, A, B, C, it mimics the constitutional provision when you take office. Now, in the constitutional provision, because you know this was drafted in 1992, became effective January 1993. It provided for the opportunity for persons who were in public office brought to the coming of the transition. So, as it were, under section 15, thereabout, section 15 or 13, provided for the fact that if you had declared your asset before the coming into force of the Constitution, you were deemed to have complied with the constitutional provision in 2861. 2861A.
Right.
Now, B says when you take office. Okay, B says, no, A says when you take office. Prior to taking office.
Both are the 3 months or before you take office.
Yes, when you take office. Now, B says after 4 years.
Yes.
And C says after the term.
Yes.
So you could hold office for, let's say, 20 years. Every 4 years, you must do it. And then when your term also comes to an, when you retire, sort of, you must do it.
Or you are fired.
Now, yes, or you are fired. Now, what we have not been doing is vetting the declarations. We don't vet them. There's no process for vetting.
Okay.
The vetting only happens when there's an allegation or when you are challenging court. So the Constitution says it can be adduced in evidence during the court hearing, or when there's a matter, a petition against you before SHRAC, or when there's a commission of inquiry. So I agree that we need to enlarge the frontier and have a provision that will deal with verification.
Right.
Now, if you look at Act 550/1998, it tells you even the kinds of property to disclose. So it gives a list from A to about H, the kinds of property that you need to.
You're working law or what?
That you need to disclose. So your bank balance, you need to disclose. If you have a trust, if you have a family property that you have interest in, your father's property, your father's estates, that you have interest in, you must disclose. Trust, treasury bills, concessions. People don't do these things, but the law provides for it. Landed property, buildings, concessions, those that you own by some extension, you need to disclose all this. Now, because you see that under this chapter in the Constitution, there's a conflict of interest provision also. Yeah. So it's a part of the Constitution that deals with ethical matters.
Yeah.
All right. So these matters need to be put into some perspective.
Right.
Now, under Section 13 of the law, the Auditor General is mandated to bring regulations. It's never happened. It's part of the problems we have. If the Auditor General had brought a regulation to give effect to Act 550, it would have enlarged the frontiers so that publications, verifications, authentications, they would have provided job for other auditors to go to the field and be vetting and auditing these things as so declared.
I thought we took our verification when we revised it in 98.
No, 98 was the substantive law. Yeah. So it repealed 280.
Yes.
So 280 was actually repealed.
Yes.
But verification process was not given. It has to come through a complaint. You must be vexed to lodge a complaint against a public officer.
But how do I lodge a complaint when the thing is not published? How do I even know what
exactly.
he has
So that's the point I'm making, that if the ODG since 98 had come to Parliament with a regulation to give effect to, you see, it's the regulation that fine-tunes, that provides the fine comb.
Yeah.
You know, the final tooth for combing the system. If we had the regulation, it would have provided for publication, for instance, declaration and all that. But my president is within the law. The law says all this must be done within 6 months, or whichever is earlier. So he even limited it to 3 months.
That's the 98 law.
Yes, the 98 law.
But that 98 law, which I agree
the Constitution didn't limit.
No, it said before office. So there's a conflict.
Hold on. Constitution says before you take office, within 4 years, and after.
Yes.
Right. Now, the flesh is provided that in all this, do it within 6 months.
No, this one.
I'm saying that the constitution is very clear.
It's too clear.
Read the constitutional provisions there. Let me.
It's too clear.
It says that.
Hold on. Why you look for that provision?
No, it's right here.
Yes, the Act 550 says 6 months. We are saying it conflicts with this constitutional.
Read the constitutional provision here. Let me.
Okay.
So that's the first one. 286, right? Well, a person who holds a public office mentioned in clause 5 of this article shall submit to the Auditor General a written declaration of all property or asset owned by or liabilities owed by him, whether directly or indirectly. A, within 3 months after the coming into force of this constitution, or before taking office as the case may be.
So stop.
B,
That's it.
at the end of every 4 years, because we this, and C, at the end of his term of office.
Thank you.
Number 2, 2862 says failure to declare or knowingly make false declaration shall be a contravention of this constitution and shall be dealt with in accordance with Article 287 of this constitution.
Yes, so we are interested in before taking
now hold on. Okay. Now, Section 1, subsection 4 of Act 550, 1998 says the declaration shall be made by the public officer A, before taking office, at the end of every 4 years, and at the end of the term of his office, and shall in any event be submitted no later than 6 months of the occurrence of any of the events specified in this subsection.
Yes.
So this is providing flesh.
No, but it cannot contradict
How it does not contradict.
It
does not. It does not in my view.
It does.
It does not in my view.
We know it does. Maybe the political answer is that it doesn't, but you dear, we know that it does.
So to conclude,
let's conclude.
No, to conclude, this was why when the issue of the Supreme Court judge came in, we knew that the taking steps to do it within the 6-month period sort of saved him. So it was recommended. This provision, I invoked this provision. So
it was an escape route.
It's a breach of the So what we can do is that we don't even need a new law.
New law.
Right. We only need a regulation. In fact, the regulation can be like 10 times the size of this law. So it will give flesh.
Let's do the constitution to. Otherwise, the opening, somebody will challenge you that if it's not in the constitution that you can open, you can't use a regulation to say open.
No, I'm saying that the regulation will give effect to the law.
Yes.
Now, the provision I read which says, but whatever the situation, it should be submitted within 6 months, depending on the occurrence of any of the events up. That one we can do our interpretation on it. But to solve the problem now, without any further delay, a regulation, 21 days, it passes. When you bring a regulation, it enlarges the frontier. Right. But it provides there's a basis for it in the law. You know, the law is actually a mimic of the constitutional provision, except in some cases that they provided, for instance, to the which kinds of property to list. They provided flesh as a guide and all that. So I think that's important. I think that's important that we look at it and look at the immediate problems that we can deal with.
I mean, you make a strong point as far as the airline is concerned. But you know, Alfred, the Constitution, Article 1-2,
Supreme.
It says that this Constitution shall be the supreme law of Ghana, and any other law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void. So if the Constitution has said that it is before you take office, no other law can come and vary it to 6 months. So that law, which I agree exists and says 6 months, is subject to this Constitution, and that provision is void.
Sergio, you are preaching to the choir.
You see, I told you, you see.
Thank you very much. That leads us to our next issue.
He's a good man, so he knows that.
You know when I say one statement, you know, when Honorable Dafemi started, and he was going round. I knew that
you will come to this point.
Thank you.
I appreciate it all the time. Thank you. And
so giving the terms of 550, my president is comfortable.
Kweku Krobia Asante is with us this morning. I promised you last week that we're going to get into the final part of the National Service Authority conversation and matters arising. And quite a number of things have happened this week after that presentation last week by Suleiman Abrahima. Kweku Krobia Asante is Programs Manager, Independent Journalism Project at the Media Foundation for West Africa. Kweku, good morning. Good to have you. And
good morning.
Yes.
Leslie.
Indeed. Thank you. The president has ordered, and we'll put that on the screen right now, the National Intelligence Bureau to get into the details of that particular investigation. So we would get into that right now, shortly. But this is the response from the former NSA boss and then also the former sports minister as well. That's what you find on the screen right now. It says the publication by the Fourth Estate is laden with misapprehension of the enrollment, verification, and payment process of the National Service Authority, as well as selective omission of information calculated to achieve contrived conclusions of inputting wrongdoing to former appointees. The publication claims that the figures submitted to Parliament for budgetary purposes are significantly different from what is available to the public. It goes on to say that our checks reveal that the claim is probably misleading, as the Fourth Estate only relies on figures from the general posting done in September without including 2 cohorts of nursing trainees and 1 cohort of teacher trainees. It also must be noted that in addition to the general enrollment cycle by the authority, the NSA, in partnership with the Nursing and Midwifery Council, runs an enrollment cycle for nurses, with the same being done for teachers in partnership with the Teacher Council. And then it follows that the shortfalls in the figures are therefore accounted for from those other enrollment cycles. The Fourth Estate, according to this response from the National Service Authority former boss and also the former sports minister, they go on to say that disparity to claim that the NSA payroll has been padded with ghosts because monies allocated by Parliament exceed verified postings. Says that is one that as well is misleading, they say, and cannot be said to be the case, essentially. So these are the matters that they raise and why this has actually become a big issue today. We will get into what the National Service Authority's response has been and why this is a matter of concern. Right now, Kweku Krobia has some responses to the NSA's, the NSA former boss's response as well. Kweku, what exactly is the issue here? They say you did not account for all the numbers and the fact that there's no proof. There's no proof that these numbers you're talking about actually received monies.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a very busy week for us because former directors of the NSA
Yes. We'll rectify that your sound in a bit. But as I showed to you, there was a response from the former National Service Authority boss and then also the former sports minister to some of the issues that you had captured in that particular publication earlier. And the third issue that they raised as well is that you didn't even go to Gibbs to check whether there had been any authorizations in terms of payments made to some of the names that you captured as ghost names. So what you're saying is misleading, it's unwarranted, it's false, essentially, and meant to malign them as doing some wrong. Beko.
A pleasure to be here. We have taken notice of the response from the former directors, and as you rightly stated, last year our Executive Director, Suleiman Abrahama, was here to do this presentation to show you what our findings are. And so today, just briefly, to let you see our response to the claims that they make. I must start off first by saying that we put the images of these personalities here not to say that they have stolen money or to impute any criminality on them, but just to state that in the period of our investigations where we find what we believe to be ghost names, these were the people who were at the helms of affairs. To the effect that if it's a matter of praise, these were the names that will be put out there, or the photos that will be put out there.
Right.
And so if this is what we are looking into, they are the names that we put out there. I hope I am able to move
away from down there. Yes.
You have done well to pull out, essentially, summarize the claims that they make, but it's really about 4 points. They say our figures did not account for some cohorts of nursing and teacher trainees. They say that the presence of overage persons, duplicated names, photos of foreigners, fake index numbers that we find created in the name of tertiary institutions, the fake IDs and manipulated biometric data that we find are all merely data entry errors, which are weeded out at the original validation process.
Yes.
Now, thirdly, they say that we failed or faltered in our journalistic ethics by failing to verify our data from the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, GIPS.
Right.
And then finally, they say that they, throughout their tenure, they committed to building a robust enrollment and verification mechanism to reduce the enrollment of unscrupulous people. So, first off, our emphasis really is that there is evidence of thousands of ghost names in the NSA database, which leads to the potential loss of millions of cedis to the state, right? We sought to expose that, bring out that to the public so that we could have a proper conversation. What we proceed to do from there is to show to the public the extent of which we believe, the extent that we believe the ghost names are. Essentially, we say they are in the tens of thousands. The tens of thousands of ghost names. We still maintain that indeed there are tens of thousands of ghost names in the NSA database, some of whom we believe are being paid. And so the state is losing those millions of monies. I will start off by first indicating the efforts we put in to secure the data and how the NSA tried to refuse us or block us throughout the whole process of these investigations. After we were done with our investigation somewhere in November, and as our duty and ethics bound as journalists, we come to whoever we've investigated and put our facts before you for the right of response. For the right of response.
Right.
So first we wrote to the NSA a right to information application requesting the data that we had found. Again, in our work, if you're able to secure the official documents from the person you are investigating, it makes your work really easier. Even though the public data that we relied on comes from Parliament and some very reputable institutions. We wrote to them. The first RTI request, after weeks, they do not respond. We did an appeal to the head of institutions. Then later they responded to us to tell us that given the nature of the documents we are requesting for, they will need more time. To what end, they do not say.
I see.
And anybody who knows the RTI regime, this is tactically how people go about to deny you information. They say, I will need more time, to do that. The law actually says that you have just 21 days, which you have to actually even discuss with the applicant. But they do not do that. then we say, never mind, we have our facts. We are coming to you so that you can respond in an interview. We write to the Director General of the NSA. We write to the heads of finance, deployment, and administration separately to say what we are finding, affects all of you or relates to the work you all are doing. Could you make yourself available and respond to the questions? And often when we do a request for an interview, we put in specifically the questions and the things that we want to know from you. After some time, the head of the Director General of the National Service Authority writes to us to say he's not available, he's out onto the field, and so would be available sometime after December 10th. And this was a request we made somewhere in November. But we do not get the opportunity to even engage with the heads of finance, the administrative head, and the deployment head, right? But that does not stop us. We rely on data from Parliament, from publicly available data, open source data, verified data, to come up with our calculations. They say we do not account for some nursing and teacher training or cohorts and things like that. We say the data we found, some of which account for the figures that you are putting out. But this is really a public intellectual exercise, given the restraint that you put on us. And I must say at this point that they actually put 2 injunctions on the work we had to do. The first injunction, ex parte injunction, getting 10 days, and then they do another injunction that eventually will go to court.
That was before the elections, yes?
Before the elections.
December 4, and then sometime after.
So after going through all these legal hurdles and intentional blockade, we managed to secure data from Parliament and publicly available data and come up with these figures showing that this is to the extent that we believe the ghost names are in the NSA database. We are saying that in the name of accountability and transparency, if you dispute these figures, it does not help for you to come and say it is not true or we do not account for certain data. Come, bring us your own data. Let us all interrogate, and then we can appreciate it. And by the way, if you're going to do that, make sure that you try to show us the personnel who were subvented to government, who were paid by government, and the personnel who were paid by private institutions. That is another layer of the conversation, so that even the figures that are out now show us the ones that were supposed to be paid by government and the ones that private institutions, pay them. And so our response is that these are figures we put out. We took into consideration the publicly available data, including parliamentary records, to do these calculations. Our point is to show that the extent of the ghost names, tens of thousands of these ghost names. If you are challenging us in any way, and one of them is a member of Parliament clothed with powers, to request for documents in that order, show us your own data. Let us begin to have the interrogation, and then prove to us that there are no ghost names in the database during your period.
I see. Yes.
Now they make a claim that they try to build a robust system. And I'm going to tell you what they told the public at the time. You remember somewhere in 2022, the NSA announced to the Ghanaian public that they have saved us some 112 million Ghana cedis by cleaning 14,000 ghost names in their database. Then the former Vice President, Dr. Bawumia, went to their office and they said, they are using an app called Metric app that uses artificial intelligence security systems, facial recognition technologies, Ghana card, which is the sole registration card ID that you should use for the registration. And then says, because of the Metric app, because of the artificial intelligence security, because of the facial recognition technologies and the biometric functionalities, and the sole reliance on the Ghana card, any unscrupulous person who tries to go into the NSA database will be blocked at the gate.
Right.
Yeah, and so I needed to make this point in. But we go in, they say the data we have shown, and I must emphasize that what we put out is not merely numbers. We proceed to show faces, names, and places where these people are. Look, 93-year-old Nimatu Salifu's name was not merely entered as a data entry error. She was processed and posted posted to Piagi DA Primary School in the Upper West region. 91-year-old Ruth Abdullahi her data was not merely entered into the system, she was processed and posted to Adakura Primary School in the Upper East region. Yes. 82-year-old Muhammadu Ali. Yes. And here we try to show the picture that we found in the database, and it's clearly stated here. Muhammad Ali, was posted to I suppose UDS graduate, posted to Enyinabrim Anglican Primary School, somewhere in Sehuyos in the Western region. Our argument is that if you say you have entered the data wrongly or by error, how were these people further processed and posted to a specific place? Was that also the activities of unscrupulous people, who were able to overcome the metric app that uses artificial intelligence, that uses special security features? Again, we have showed this already, right? The fake IDs and manipulated biometric data. Ideally, they say it is only Ghana card that is being used for registration. But people use Ghana Fire Service cards, different names on the fire service card, different name of the person, and she is posted to a specific place. Could you kindly go up a little for me? Okay. No worries. Let's continue. Again, a man's ID card is used to register for a woman, and it is not merely entered by an error. She is processed and posted. Idrisu Fatimatu was posted to Gasuruku Primary School in Pandai District in the northern region, and the data follows.
They said that all of this is checked, eventually rectified at the regional level. I
am coming there gradually. Let me just, because of
let's look at this one. This one.
Yes. Now this man, which is Kwame Donko, who in our data is presented to be 72-year-old.
This man,
and why our attention was drawn to him was because of the photo they put in there. This man is registered without any card at all. The previous ones, you could see somebody coming up with some card, or this is just his photo put there, and he's processed and posted to Kansogo Basic School in Boku West District in the Upper East region. And so, being surprised by the photo of a 72-year-old, we decided to do a reverse image search on Google to see who possibly could this man be. And then we found out that it's Emmanuel Mutuo, a Kenyan human resource manager, whose data has been put in there.
Popular in Ghana all of a sudden.
Yes, very popular. But we go to the claims they make that at the regional level, they weed these guys out. Now, this is supposed to be how ideally the National Service Authority system works. You send in, you register with your Ghana card. The system extracts your Ghana card photo and keeps it here, Ghana card photo. Now, at the point of registration, you upload your own ID card. Then, at the district verification, they take a live photo of you. So, this young man here, who goes by the name Yusuf Abubakari, used his ID card, uploaded the photo, and went to a district level for verification. He's issued an NSS card signed by the Director General, entry or say, what is his name? Entry,
yes,
something. I've forgotten the full name. Now, this data you see here is supposed to show you an extract of the days he worked at the post, his supervisor who signed that this guy should be paid. So he was posted to the Catholic Educational Unit in Saboba, in the Saboba district. His supervisor was Senior Seth.
Hey, it's not me, please, I beg you.
Senior, yes. And in a working day, so for instance, in January 2023, in a working day of 22, this young man indeed works 22. In February 2023, in the working day of 20, he showed up 18 days, so that the supervisor here accounts for how many days he was at post.
Right.
And
so there's evidence of payment.
And payment, yes.
I see. Okay.
Now, as we follow through, you will begin to see this is a 42-year-old woman with no Ghana card or anything to that effect. Her ID card she's processed through the process, given an ID card signed by the Director General of the NSA. She's posted to the ground, indeed goes to the ground to work, meets her supervisor, who is Mahama Ntonga. She is processed here and paid 42 years without any Ghana card. The so-called original verification process is not able to weed her out. She is paid month by month, and the data follows like that. Another woman here, she uses a fake voter's ID card. In fact, she comes with two names. She has Muhammadu Mariam here. She's given an ID card, but actually on the ID card, she's called Abubakari Mariam. Two different names. She's posted to her place where she's supposed to have worked, Ghana Education Service in Kumbunku district.
And the
director is Hassan Idrisu, and she's paid.
There's also an evidence of payment in that.
Yes, evidence of payment. Then she worked while she was there.
This one too.
This man too is 42 years old. Posted in there, he has no Ghana card. He is given an SSS and a National Service ID card. Goes to his station, indeed work, and he is paid. Our point is that there is no refuting of this. Clear evidence. We have showed data from your system.
That
fake ID cards, manipulated ID cards put into the system. They go to the grounds. The so-called regional verification validation process fails to catch them, and they are duly paid over the weeks. And this is from the NSA database.
I see.
You see.
So did you write to Gibbs at any point to get?
No. Yes, I will come to that. Gibbs. One last point before yes, quickly. Now, in our investigations, we got hold of a complaint by a regional director of the National Service Authority. They built a system where when you go to the grounds, after your supervisor has signed that you have come to work 18 days out of 20, it goes to the regional level where the regional director approves you that these are the names I am approving for my region so that they can be paid. This man who is Okatechie Amankwe Frifa, the National Service Authority regional director who was in charge of the Western region and at some point Western North, complains that at some point when he goes into the system, 993 names would be confirmed or already approved in the system when he has not done that. He complains that in the other region, he sees 250 people already approved in his system when he has not done any approvals.
Right.
We call him and put him on record and he says, yeah, that was the problem. He raised it a number of times. The directors said they will work on it, but nothing like that happened. Now to Gibbs. So I'm saying that point is to say, even at the regional validation process or the argument they make there, this is a director who said, every time I'll go in there, somebody's name was already approved for me.
So that corrective measure doesn't really work?
Yes.
Okay.
Now on to Gibbs. Here is a letter, and with a few minutes I'm going to read it out. This is Gibbs writing to Mr. Osei Esibe Entry, which is the former director of the NSA. Request for consent to disclose information. We are writing to you as Gibbs, and this is signed by the CEO of Gibbs, Achihese, saying, we are writing to seek consent to release information to Media Foundation for West Africa, the total number of national service personnel paid for each month for the years 2022, 2023, January to October 2024.
I see.
Based on our business relations, we hereby seek your consent to disclose the information as requested. Also, in the event that NSA assents to this release of requested information, we should be grateful to receive an indemnity for any loss, damage, or liability that Gibbs may suffer and or incur in circumstances, counting on your cooperation. Here is the director of Gibbs writing to NSA to say, these people have come to me requesting information. Please give me the consent to release the information to them because I am just an intermediary payment system. The data I have is not mine. I did not create it. You gave me the data. So consent it. So it is very surprising for Mr. Osei Esibe to come back to say, we didn't do our journalistic work by not writing to them. Yeah. Subsequently, they write to us to deny us the information.
I see.
You see.
Right.
Then finally, and I'm done. This is my last slide.
Yes.
You know, last year in January, the NSA wrote to Parliament requesting some amount of 13.6 million Ghana cedis. To do what? To clear ghost names in their system.
I see.
Today, they are here denying. And eventually, in this year, just some 2 weeks ago, the presidency, and I should think that based on some of the allegations we had already made, decides to go into the NSA database to do a head count. This is from the Ministry of Finance. At this point, there's no nursing training, there's no teacher training. Just the bank that was, put out on October, 4 months paying, they found 81,000 more ghost names. This is coming from the presidency. This is not from journalists. This is not from the Fourth Estate. This is from the presidency. How do they answer to that?
Well,
as I conclude, our point is that eventually they will see the ghost names in the system. The NIB, the OSP is looking into it. Some point we will come here and you will say this is your stone. The evidence will abound. And
rightly so, and that's why we got into this aspect. And I've got some information from my sources within the National Intelligence Bureau that they have started inviting some persons in this matter for questioning, including the current NSA boss himself. So this is one that we'll keep an eye on. But Kweku, I appreciate you coming through.
Pleasure.
And I thank you very much. We're back same time next week, because this matter is just beginning. On behalf of the rest of the team, we appreciate your company. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, the Honorable Dr. Thank you, Senor Jose. Thank you, Layamati Pebu. And then also the CEO of the Ghana Securities Authority, Professor Ranso Jampo. Thank you very much. And then also, congratulations to all the persons who graduated from the University of Ghana, including our own Christabel Success Trevor, one of our production assistants here. Congratulations to all of you. My name is Alfred Akanse. Have a great weekend.